All right. Welcome, welcome. How is the sound? Everyone, can you hear me? A few new subscribers tonight. I wonder if it will actually show or if make sure you check back in the morning. But shout out to Ashton Forbes. Going to be doing another episode with him in the next couple weeks here. Excellent work by Ashton and just the science community, especially the APEC community, just rallying around him, coming forward. And as like I first suspected when first seeing Ashton presenting the case of these MH370 Tic Tac videos off Leak Project, and then getting to talk to him on Alien Scientist, that there was just too much accuracy in how the detail of their operations, this cold fusion, anti-gravity, superconducting physics of it all, and technology. And just everyone coming out, and it's just awesome stuff. And I guess situ with the disclosure, what I'm going to be playing today alongside with the Alchemy teachings, it's a full moon, so it's the perfect time to be, and some might say the only time, to make your monoatomic silver, colloidal silver. So here's some of the purple and the white, and we will be showing how to do that. And thank you so much for the support and donation, Karma Doc. Also making the purple gold. Have yet to see your email. I'm not sure if you sent it. We'll check after the stream, but potentially if you're using AC over DC, and I myself have produced both the pure white monoatomic gold during the day, and then it seems to turn to black sludge during night once the sun has set. Very fascinating. And then when I set the white monoatomic gold out in the sun, it then turned purple, for me at least. And that I have actually been consuming the colloidal gold purple water myself, and fed it to the garden this summer and had some pretty good results with that. And my apologies here with having to constantly look away from the camera onto a second computer. The Fortean Digital Shaman, absolutely. I would love to be interviewed by you on those topics, my friend. We will have to set it up. My email is in the description of the video here, as well as I believe posted in the live chat above, or actually in the second channel, sorry. Okay, so what we're going to show tonight, and right next to Bert and Ernie there, I've got a jar set up with just a 5-volt USB charger that I cut the end off of, the male part, right? Oh, bless you, Celia. Super sticker, $5. Thank you so much. Everything helps and is desperately needed. Your support makes this work possible and to continue. So yes, I'm going to run around and plug this in, the 2 silver coins there. It's 2 2-ounce silver, I guess you call them dollars, but they're not dollars anyways. Commemorative of coins. I believe they're Olympic ones, inherited from my grandma. So rest in peace and bless you, Grandma Green. Your silver going to making alchemy real and live. So I will plug that in, and then also in between the Alchemist's minions here, we have another alchemy jar setup that will be showing some live hydrogen production. I was trying to attach a silver ounce as the anode on this, but instead I was only able to get zinc, so it'll be zinc monoatomic and copper reaction in this jar that will be going on as well. And alongside all of these experiments, we will be listening to the disclosure that happened this past weekend on the APEC third annual birthday stream between both Salvador Payas as well as Jack Sarfatti. Excellent conversations there. For those that haven't heard it, I had family obligations and wasn't able to be there, but a lot of the main conversations, including the Salvador Payas one, were pre-recorded anyhow, but just excellent information. So first, I'm going to play a portion of the Sal Payas, the ending 15 minutes, where he's starting to talk about the plasma consciousness, and this being extremely important and relevant. I've gone into it many times with the self-organization of the monoatomics, which we will probably actually see a example of today in this Ormus experiments that I'm doing here. And we will set it up like this, where, oops, there we go, this one. Or plug it in, but we'll play the APEC conference.
That's why the superforce.
Mathematics says it could be either way, Tim.
Please let me know how
because if you look at the equation one way, the universe is expanding and everything else is staying the same size. If you look at the equation the other way, the universe is the same size, but we're observing it from a contracting galaxy. From a contracting.
Yeah, well, so maybe that contraction is the actual function of entropy.
Can't tell the difference. There's no measurement you can make to tell the difference.
I know.
Have you seen Roger Penrose's idea? Instead of inflation, what could birth the universe? Have you seen his cosmological theory?
Yeah, but I don't understand the connection between everything's a.
Okay, just going to pause it here and give a little context. It's the last 15 minutes of the Salvatore Pais presentation in last weekend's APEC, and then it will be the Jack Sarfatti interview with Tim Ventura, which just blew my mind when I was watching it before going live here. It's for those who don't know who Dr. Jack Sarfatti is, absolute legend. It's hard to believe that he's in his late 80s now, but he looks like he's in his 50s, and just the life that he has lived, and now the forthcoming of his anti-gravity theory being put into practice and everything. It's just so amazing. And what Tim asks them the pre-written questions in regards to what they believe with the David Grush whistleblower testimony in Congress compared to Jack Sarfatti's actual 6-7 decades in the both spy as well as technology, research, government, all the different jobs he's had, and professor as well. It's just absolutely epic. So yeah, without further ado, I will plug in the experiment here and play the rest of this APEC for you.
Evaporated and there's nothing left, and then suddenly you've got a singularity to start a new one. I don't buy that. In Roger Penrose's cyclic universe, he ends up with nothing, and then there's a new singularity. Why?
Have you read Abhay Ashtekar? He talked, okay, in this book, if you ever have a chance, get Conversations on Quantum Gravity by it's a compilation of conversations with greats like Nima, Juan Maldacena, Abhay Ashtekar, right? By Jacques Armas. Read carefully the part, not only Juan Maldacena, but read Nima as well, but read Abhay Ashtekar especially. The part on the quantum bounds. It is freaking pure genius. I think this is how it was done. and it talks directly to the superforce. You see, the quantum bounds has an analogy to supernovas. And let me explain. Can I explain why I'm saying this? Okay, and tell me if the physical mechanism makes sense to you. Please do, because this is important to me. As you well know, in a supernova, once the fuel runs out, it starts imploding. It comes to, say, on the order of 10 to the minus 15 meters. So we're talking about 1 femtometer. That's the realm of the strong nuclear force. It resides at 10 to the minus 15 meters. So we're talking about the strong nuclear force is there. Now, the densities we're talking about is on the order of 10 to the 14 grams per centimeter cube. So again, not exactly small, but not exactly Planckian either. So because of the strong nuclear force, there is a core bounce. It basically tells it tells the implosion, stop. You shall not go any further. This thing rebounds and it explodes. Hence the supernova. Well, I'm saying there's an analogous mechanism with a superforce at the super density on the order of 10 to the 96 kilogram per meter cube. This contraction, it undergoes what Ashtekar calls quantum bounds. I call it an Ashtekar bounds. The whole idea is that the superforce at 10 to the minus 35 meters at the Planck scale tells the mechanism, you shall not go further. And again, this thing undergoes a quantum bounds, hence the formation of a new era, a new epoch of the possibly a new universe. But why not a super intelligence? Do you realize that most of our universe, you know, the work of Anthony Peratt, 99.999% of our universe is made out of plasma. Remember the Bussard ramjet, the whole idea of, you know, yes, you need huge scoops and all that, because again, the energy density is extremely low. It's on the order of 10 to the minus 9. It's not, you know, we talk about 120 order of magnitude difference between quantum field theory and general relativity as far as the vacuum energy density is concerned. Yes, it's true. But if it is plasma, check this out. Just hear me out. This sounds a little bit weird. But what if plasma under certain conditions has a capability of sentience, consciousness being activated on a macro scale? So basically the universe becoming a super intelligence, not an artificial super intelligence, but a natural super
That's
intelligence.
beyond my pay grade, man.
I'm just saying the possibility may exist. That's all. I'm just putting it out there.
Yeah.
So what I'm saying, I'm talking about something I call the triarchy of creation. Superforce based on the super density, which again is Planckian, because the superforce bridges the realms, and so superforce leading to super bang, leading to super intelligence. I call it the triarchy of creation. It's just an idea. It's out there.
No, I was listening to Bradley Green and Sabine Hassenfelder telling me that the universe is deterministic, and I'm like, that doesn't even.
Well, in a way, if the super intelligence exists and it controls everything, yes, it is. It is deterministic. If such a super intelligence would, basically, this super intelligence would have the ability.
I binge.
Okay, just gonna pause it there for a moment, and I absolutely love Dr. Pius's position on this conscious plasma, and it's in parallel with Dr. Joseph P. Farrell's most recent book and position on this giant cloud of intergalactic plasma that could potentially, or is potentially, conscious. And what is this primordial goo conscious, like you know, like all memory, all time, all idea? Who knows, right? The God, or what life force, whatever it's may be, however one wants to perceive it, but that there's seems to now be this evidence of it, and then this corresponding God code, God force, this super force, as Pius states. And what really resonates with me is how he constantly goes back to the Planck force, Planck scale aspect of it, and that that is the exact same as what Nassim Haramein has been writing about, pointing out for decades now, especially in his Schwarzschild proton paper, where every atom is essentially a black hole idea that interconnects this quantum slash multiverse slash what's the word, holographic universe, multiverse reality, and that is how you get this faster than light instantaneous communication and movement, and the rest of it, this, you know, just quantum everything. Anywho, it's that we look like we're getting to this quantum technology, and that it all comes down to what they're referring to as a singularity, and the singularity being this merger of our consciousness as well as this creative God consciousness that is essentially possibly an AI consciousness, but that's different than what we would create as an AI consciousness, and the different singularities of it all, and what Pius labels the superforce. So I'm going to let him continue the last 10 minutes of that while we switch back between the cameras to show the reactions going on here, and should see some bubbling and some monatomic starting to form, this Ormus. And yeah, the Jack Sarfatti part, just next level, but Pius's stuff just as good here. One ridiculously amazing APEC.
I watched Loki last night. You should watch it, because that's what the end was.
No, that's Loki is really
huh?
If we're talking about time, people should watch.
Loki.
He finally got what he wanted.
The Norse god, was he brother to Thor and all that? Odin.
Oh, yes.
Oh
No, he was the child of Odin with some
But he was an
giantess or something.
right? Yeah.
It goes off on a tangent, and it goes into this. Basically, he does something that he's not supposed to do, and the time police arrest him for creating a new timeline, and they're about to erase him, and then they use him to find another Loki who was off on another tangent, and it just becomes this whole time traveling bonanza.
Let me bring it back. Mark, let me bring it back to super intelligence, because I think this is important. Let me bring about another analogy I've always wondered about, and let me throw it out there. The human brain supposedly contains on the order of 100 billion neurons, synapses and such. Our so-called observable universe has 100 billion galaxies, each with 100 billion stars in it. So again, this number, if you believe in the Dirac large number hypothesis, it's possible to make the analogy, what if this super intelligence is really a Boltzmann brain? You're acquainted with the Boltzmann brain. You know, Sean Carroll talks about it all the time, you know, as a popping. What I'm saying is, what if this super intelligence exists? What if this is what we're talking about? What if it reinvents itself with a quantum bound just to auto-experiment on new possibilities? I know this is wild speculation, but I'm saying, what if? And it's all based on the state of plasma. What if plasma, under certain conditions, can become sentient?
Well, there are several authors.
As a working plasma physicist, I can tell you the plasma is sentient already.
Really? How would you?
It has a mind of its own, and you have to convince it to do what you want. but you can't try and force it.
Interesting. Very interesting.
There have
So
been
you have
several authors that have
rather than-
hypothesized.
I would actually postulate that we might get a demonstration of this sentient plasma if these monoatomic Ormus is indeed plasma. As this experiment goes on, you can see the cloud forming in the top half now, this white monoatomic Ormus zinc and a little bit of copper combination there, and that it will start self-organizing into different nanotube structures, layers, and yeah, it's fascinating stuff, spirals as well, and that I've got some other monoatomic silver that might actually be diatomic. It looks like it oxidized, but from a previous experiment outside underneath the full moon right now that I will also be taking more pictures of and some video of throughout the stream here throughout the night, and we will see if it decides to self-organize and demonstrate some of this self-coherence slash possible intelligence.
So, and I don't remember the name of it. Pete Gerritsen told me a book that he was really excited about.
Oh, Gerritsen, interesting guy.
Yeah, and he just finished a big book, and the idea in that book was, what if plasma filaments in galaxies?
Is it bigger than this? Is it bigger than this? Is it bigger than Roger Penrose's epic, in my opinion? The road to reality, 1,050 pages of absolute genius. This man should be lauded by King Charles III of England.
No, the road to reality is long.
If you ever
It's long.
to this
It's a long
podcast,
road.
if you ever listen to this podcast, please, Lord, yeah, absolutely, peerage all the way. This is a beautiful book. This is this is a must-have, along with a superfluid universe by Kirsten Huang and Carver Mead's Collective Electrodynamics. Unbelievable. Those 3 books, baby. I don't know what I have with the number 3. It is what it is. Anyway. Yeah. Okay, I'm done.
Yeah, well, no, thank you. I mean, yeah, in terms of recording, so I would love to be able to put this up at APEC. You know, I'll edit. I will edit heavily. We'll probably end up with about an hour of usable footage, but that's okay.
Please make sure that whatever we say about mainstream physics is laudatory. We want them to engage with us, bro.
Oh, yes.
We don't want them.
My comment to Brian Green.
Definitely. No, we want them to start being more malleable, more, like take us seriously. Right?
Why
now,
don't I? So why don't I
That's
stop? Let me stop recording now. I'm going to stop recording, and let me thank you guys both. And
yeah, I want to thank you.
Stop
too.
recording
Great.
now.
Thank you for having us. Wonderful as usual. You have the absolute best interviews, bro. Listen, anybody that likes John Brandenburg and Salvatore Pais, please subscribe.
Sal, come on. Yo, Sal, you're the guy who invented the super force.
Nah, man, you invented gym theory. I mean, you gave life to the pointing vector. Everybody had forgotten about how important the pointing vector was. Anyway.
That's how I know there's a God, by the way, because he's a punster.
Okay.
The pointing vector points in the direction of the momentum flow, even though they're spelled different.
On that note, let me thank you. Let me thank you both guys, and Todd as well, and everyone, Jeremy Riss and Jeremiah Pop and Mark Sokol. Thank you guys.
Right. Live long and prosper.
Okay, there we go. So let me see. In fact, there he is, right on schedule, Mr. Sarfatti. Let me bring Jack in.
Okay,
Jack, welcome, sir.
all right, yeah. Let's make this short, sweet, and get to the point.
Okay.
So, do you have those questions? I mean, those talking points from David Grush.
You know what? Let me upload those slides, and hopefully I won't. Oops.
Or if you could just speak them and then I'll respond.
Oh, yeah, if you can give me 2 seconds, I will put them up. Sorry about that. Okay, sorry. It's not going to do it as a PNG file, but let me see if it'll do that.
What could I find? I mean, do you have? Oh, well, maybe I could find it. I don't. I should find it too. Just
Actually, you know what? Here, let me do this. There we go. Okay, now it's sharing. Yeah, now it's sharing that.
Yeah, I don't think people can read it easily, so you'll have to speak it.
Okay. There we go. Oh, and they can't see it, can they? Okay.
Yeah, so you're gonna have to speak. You're gonna have to read it. Okay.
Okay.
You read.
So yeah, let me read the first one. I'll stop sharing. Okay. Yeah, I will stop sharing. So point number 1, I will just go through these.
All right, so I'm going to pause it right here first for a little bit more context on how epic this Sarfatti Tim Ventura APEC 3rd annual birthday conference interview really is, and that they're going over the David Grush Congress testimony and what they believe make of it in relation to Jack Sarfatti's own work within the U.S. government's on the official. Well, you'll hear it all, but yeah, it's quite something. And in the 2 live experiments there, the silver on silver isn't that active, and I believe it's due to the fact that I'm using pre-used, pre-nano-coated these layers of silver that you can see there's just a tiny bit of the original silver being exposed there, and then these crazy layers on it. So it's not as active as it should be, but you can actually see. Let's highlight this on the very bottom of the big jar there. These little white clusters of the silver that are suspended about half a centimeter, a quarter of an inch, half an inch off the base, the bottom of the jar, and that they will continue to grow and precipitate there off of the 2 silver coins, the anode cathodes there in that monoatomic silver colloidal silver reaction, electrolysis reaction here. And then the zinc copper reaction, you can't. I'll try to get some better closer up film footage of the hydrogen bubbles being produced off the copper coils on the cathode side of this reaction, but you can see the monoatomic zinc, a huge cloud forming in the top 2/3 of the jar, and the bottom third still being this exclusion zone of more clear water still. Yeah, just fascinating stuff as it self-organizes. But back to Tim Ventura and Jack Sarfatti in what is probably the most epic interview of all time when coming to disclosure. And, well, I shall let it play.
Then that's a bummer because I have.
Okay, let me make a preliminary statement so people understand the context.
Okay.
Okay, preliminary statement is that I have been read into classified military material. Okay. Now, you're going to just have to take my word for it, because like David Grush, I've given my word not to reveal my source, how I got the information, and you don't have to believe me. Okay. But I'm going to tell you what I think is the truth based on information, currently classified information that I shouldn't have gotten, but I have. All right. And since I've never signed, I'm not like Grush. I haven't signed anything. I've never signed anything. I could do anything I want. I'm a free agent. Okay. And the information I have would blow everybody out of the water in terms of what's going on in Washington. I mean, they're so stupid, So in any case, so take it or leave it. But I'm going to tell you what I know to the best of my knowledge, that I would be willing to, testify under penalty of perjury to any, if I was subpoenaed, say, by the Senate or the Congress, everything I'm saying now, I would say under penalty of perjury. But I cannot reveal, I cannot reveal my source right now, because people's lives would be endangered, like what Grush says. Okay. So that's it. Okay, so let's proceed from there.
Okay, and hopefully people can read this, and you know what? I can zoom in even further.
Yeah.
There we go. Look at that.
There we go. Yeah, but okay, but
that's too much. Okay,
Yeah.
so
State it anyway.
yeah. So this is from Reddit. I'll just kind of preface this for the for all the audience folks here. So on Reddit it says the GRE Grush interview is Grush's best interview so far. Here are the key points they went through, and basically this was the Rogan interview, right? Joe Rogan, whatever his name is. So number one here, I'll highlight the number of retrieved crafts in the USA's possession is in the double digits.
Okay, I only know about one.
Okay,
I know one for sure. Okay.
So then he said
what I can say about the one I know about. The one I know about for sure is totally consistent with what Philip Corso said in his book, Day After Roswell. And it exactly corresponds to what Rick Doty calls the Cardinal 3. It's like 30 feet, weighs about 3,400 pounds. It's got 3 seats inside, all that stuff. All that stuff I can confirm, with very high degree of confidence, like 95% confidence, more than 99% confidence that the first-hand source of this intelligence to me is telling me the truth. And it's something that my source worked on, hands-on. Okay. All right. Okay. All right.
So let's go down number 2. Okay. Events have been documented occurring since before the 1930s. So, we
know that. I mean, everybody knows that. That's no news to anybody, right? I mean, we go back to the Bible. Okay, let's go on to the next one.
Okay. And Grush himself, I did see the interview. I watched the interview twice. Grush himself backpedaled on a few of these. Italy and Germany may have become allies during World War II due to events surrounding an Italian UAP retrieval.
Okay, I don't know whether that particular allegation is true or not, but what I do know with fairly high degree of confidence is that there was a crash during the Mussolini's time, and in fact there's a lot of activity in that area even today, and
like what? Sarfatti right there, verifying, confirming in his own belief and experience that there was a Roswell-like crash in Italy in the 1930s, and that there's still lots of activity like that to this day. Word for word, what Jack just said.
And oddly enough, my cousin Margarita Sarfatti at the time was very close with Marconi, who ran the investigation for Mussolini at that time. So I don't know if they. I don't think that's why they became allies, and it's a much more complex issue.
Well,
But,
and again, even David Grush said may. He stressed may have, so he backpedaled a little on that, and that's fine, right? That's ancient history.
Yeah,
so.
but definitely, there was. I'm pretty sure that there was a Roswell type crash in Italy around 1933.
Okay, so let me see. And number 4, I think, is Lockheed Martin is in possession of retrieved UAPs.
Again, I have no direct knowledge one way or the other. I have no reason to doubt it, but let's go on.
Okay. Former Nevada Senator Harry Reid was aware of a UAP crash retrieval program.
Well, I don't have any direct knowledge about that, but that's kind of like, well known.
Yeah, well, and Harry Reid was very keen on this from what I've read. Let me see. Foreign intelligence agencies have breached our UAP reverse engineering programs.
I have no doubt about that.
You know what? I do a lot of defense interviews. Foreign intelligence agencies have breached our pretty much everything programs. I mean, there isn't much that, yeah. So let me see. So David Grush alludes to the USA's adversaries having their own UAP crash retrieval programs.
Yeah, that's for sure.
Okay. Well, that's notable.
Nobody's surprised by that.
Let me see. Grush says that USA is aware of other countries that are in possession of multiple craft.
Well, given the stupidity of some of the people who are in the government associated with this project, I'm not sure. But if they were confident and not stupid, I think the answer would be yes.
Okay. Let me see. Biden is aware of UAP crash retrieval programs.
I don't think Biden's aware of anything.
I was going to say, unless he forgot, he may have forgotten, right? That Reagan-esque memory, but okay.
All right. Now this one I have. Okay. Now this one.
6-year UAP disclosure plan from 24 to 2030 is being considered right now as part of the Schumer amendment. And you had sent out an email. There's this back and forth on that. Maybe they will stop this. Maybe they're going to pull this, even though the NDAA 2024 was voted on. So
that's Steve Bassett. That's Steve Bassett worried about. But my position is not the same as Steve. My position is that this 6-year plan, and maybe it's a 10-year plan, this is basically the plan that Colonel, what's his name, Carl Nell gave at Gary Nolan's Stanford, Soul Foundation thing the other day, and it's irrelevant. It's I make an analogy. It's like would you rather deal with the United States Post Office or with Amazon? Over your mail.
The post office is really nice where I live.
Oh yeah, well, all right. But I'm making a joke,
Yeah,
but
I know.
The thing is this. What I'm saying is that whenever the government tries to do anything, they usually don't do it very well. Private industry does it better. And right now they're so behind. And I don't want to get too much into the personal details on it, but the point is that Colonel Nell, I'm sure he's a nice man, but he's basing his assumptions. His assumptions are false. His premises are false. It's all based on the idea that they don't understand the technology. They don't understand really what's going on. That's it. And they're hoping to enlist academics, and to figure it out. The point is we have figured it out. We understand the basics of what's going on. We know where to look. But
there's an information there's a, what would you call a culture gap, right? There's a knowledge sharing gap.
I call it an intelligence gap.
Yeah. One hand doesn't know what the other hand is doing. Well, okay. So let me.
The point is we don't need it. The point is the disclosures already happened. Disclosures come and gone. It's just that people people don't see what's in front of them. And but the important point is that there are now private groups, and in some cases foreign groups like the Russians. I know the Russians invited me to Moscow. I didn't, but so people are going ahead and working on this stuff, and there's even the Lawrence Livermore Lab is testing my particular approach to it in their warp fusion reactor. So what the 6-year program is irrelevant. It's too little, too late, and it's not needed. Because we already know.
Let me go on to this one.
Yeah.
Grush hints that Mike Rogers and Mike Turner are bought out by aerospace contractors and blocking UAP disclosure plan. And that's the Schumer amendment.
I don't know about that.
I don't know about that either. Yeah, some of this is pretty granular data.
Yeah.
Let me see. Grush is a proponent of disclosure and believes it will benefit reverse engineering efforts.
Yeah,
That's
well,
right?
We're all on that page, right?
Yeah. So Grush says that it is 100% certain that we're not alone in the universe.
Yeah, and so am I, of course. And I think, almost everybody here is already, that's preaching to the choir.
Yeah, I know. If you're watching this video, you probably agree.
Yeah.
Let me see. Grush says this phenomena has been occurring for thousands of years.
Obviously, yes. We can get into some more detail on that if people have questions about that.
If I could interject, I mean, there are different approaches, right? Different people believe different things, but I think that this is one of the biggest paradigm changes is that not only has this been going on, but this has been going on for a very long time.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
And I think that that's good. Like there are all these concerns about, well, people will panic, we're being invaded, or the world's, well, no, this has been going on possibly as long as the human race has been around, maybe longer. So nothing has changed. We're just becoming more aware, right?
Yeah.
Let me see. So, okay, next, Grush says the leading government and military officials refer to the beings as extraterrestrial in origin.
So,
big deal. Yeah. Well, I think that goes to so you have talked about time travelers. That's been something you've talked about, right? Which may or may not be from Earth in a different time. Hal Puthoff has talked about ultra terrestrials. So,
and Mike Masters talks about
time travelers.
He calls them extra
temporals.
Extra temporals. Okay, but I got a direct contact with one that said it was from the future, and it predicted what was going to happen, which happened. So I know.
So gonna have to talk to Jack about this one and who he claims that he's had contact with a potential time traveler who claims to be a time traveler who has given him precise information. Sorry to cut him off, but this is just next level what he's disclosing right here.
I'm a contactee, right?
Yeah.
And they said, everything they said was going to happen is happening. So there we have it. What's happening there?
Now, another way to look at that too is if I was in the military, I'd just call them all extraterrestrial. It doesn't matter. I just, little green men.
Here's the thing. It's more. Okay. It's more than that because the physics says it has to be. Time. If you control gravity, then you control time. I mean, it's just physics. That's Einstein general relativity theory, and we can get into more detail how that works if people are interested. If we have time,
okay.
But let's go on the next question.
Okay, so Grush points to the idea that beings from retrieved craft may not have been sentient.
Well, again, that it depends what you mean by sentient consciousness, and that's physics. And remember that the Central Intelligence Agency 50 years ago recruited me and Hal Puthoff, Russ Togg, all these guys. That's some still around to work on the two problems. One problem was what is consciousness? That's what David Kaiser's book, How the Hippies Say Physics, all about. What is consciousness? And how do the flying saucers work? Okay, and after 50 years, now we have a pretty good handle on it. We understand both aspects of the phenomenon. The high strength, the good.
So again, having to make a note that Jack Sarfatti stating the CIA contacted him to work on figuring out how the UFOs work, the anti-gravity, as well as how consciousness works. And this was 50 years ago, and now they have a great understanding of it, according to.
The one good thing Eric Davis has done with Jacques Vallée is the paper that he wrote with the Jacques, on the high strangeness paper, that based on Skinwalker Ranch. That's good stuff. Yeah. And also what Hal Puthoff recently wrote about, with the extra dimensional, his general outline. That's all correct. I agree with all that.
Okay, so let me go here. People in government tried to destroy Grush's image when he attempted to whistleblow on the secret government reverse engineering program.
Yeah, well, we know that's true, but that's politics. That's
yeah.
That's
and then someone leaked his medical records as well, which I can't. I don't know. That must be enormous. I mean, that's a HIPAA violation. That's an enormous penalty. So, let me see. Government entities destroyed one of Grush's colleagues' careers as a show of force after targeting Grush.
Yeah, well, I don't know about that, of course.
I don't know about that either. Let me see. On 2 occasions, individuals of unknown origin explained to Grush and his wife they could touch them at any time, which is clearly an allusion to violence.
Yeah. Well, again, I have no reason to doubt what Grush would say about that.
Yeah,
that doesn't surprise me.
Let me see. Grush stated that other publicly well-known officials got similar threats at the same time he did.
Well, again, we have reason to disbelieve him. Why, I don't have any, I don't have any personal intelligence about that.
Yeah, I can't speak to that. Let me see. The Atomic Energy Act of 1954 is the origin to all NHI information being classified.
Yes, and this is important. This connects with me personally because remember my professors built the atomic bomb. My professors were the A team for Oppenheimer. Hans Bethe, Phil Morrison, and Robert Wilson, all these guys. So, and I was a student, an undergraduate student at Cornell, only like 10 years after the bomb. I got to Cornell in 1956. So 11 years.
Well, and from what I have heard, and I could be mistaken about this, but the classification for this is under the DOE, right? Because it's nuclear related or something along those lines.
Yes, and again, I don't have any, really, direct knowledge of that, but it's no accident that I was recruited into this whole program as a kid, basically, and sent to Cornell where all these nuclear guys were. Okay, I mean, I was there. I was helping Phil Morrison cleaning his office. I was an undergraduate when he was writing the paper with Cocconi on contacting extraterrestrial intelligence with the 21 centimeter line. Okay.
Well, let me go down to this next one. He says that UAP craft emit nuclear energy. That's not a very precise description.
Okay, but now I have now I can explain that now.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay. The way that is, that is, of course, most people, they don't understand the physics enough. Yeah. That's a signature of warp drive. That's warp drive. That's gravity. That's time travel.
Because so you're talking about red shifting, blue shifting, right?
That's the blue shift.
Yeah.
That's the blue shift. In order to get the lift, the repulsion, the anti-gravity creates a blue shift. The blue shift will ionize radiation and cause radiation sickness, like what allegedly happened at the Skinwalker Ranch. Travis Taylor himself says he got sick from it. Okay. And that's what when Kit Green, the CIA guy, doctor, gave all that blood information to Gary Nolan to analyze. Those are all military guys who've gotten too close and have been exposed to the anti-gravity blue shift, which, by the way, Jack, I'm the one who predicted that. I'm the one who explained that. Nobody else.
Well, and these are conventional. And again, for people who don't know your work, there probably aren't many because your work is very prolific. You've been doing it forever. Again, you are for people who don't know, you are one of the top experts in UAP physics, right? You're like the guy. So in terms of the physics,
is there someone else who's that?
Well, I just I don't want to stroke your ego too much.
I'm joking.
But So yeah, I mean, these are relativistic effects. You've predicted this. Another one that I think you agreed with was in the Puerto Rico video, there was what appeared to be gravitational lensing, right?
Yeah, yeah. And we
Which is
picked it
also
all. That's the shape shifting.
the shape shifting, right? Many people have reported that gravitational lensing. If you're modifying gravity to that extent, you're likely to have these effects.
Yeah.
Let me
So
see.
that's all. So these are all markers of warp drive, and warp drive means time travel, by the way. Okay, and there's one other thing: the reverse Doppler. Yeah, you know that if a warp craft is coming toward you, you're going to see more like instead of the Doppler motional blue shift, you'll see an anomaly that looks redder than it should be, and likewise the other way around. So that's an easy signature. That's an easy thing for them to measure.
Yeah.
Just observing the frequency spectra of these machines in motion, and you can easily tell if it's warp drive by the anomalous frequency shifts. I mean, that shouldn't be difficult to do. And they probably already, hopefully, they have this kind of information, but it's classified. But in any case, I predicted it just from Einstein's general theory of relativity. It's not.
Yeah, no, I'm completely there. Everyone that I know who studied the physics on this is completely there with you. So let me see. Let's go down. Grush claims that senior officials in government tested the waters, quote unquote, with the populace in the past to gauge public perception of the phenomena, but never had a plan for disclosure.
Well, he's probably right, but we know. I mean, this goes back to H.G. Wells, not H.G. Wells, to Orson Welles in 1939.
War of the Worlds, right?
Yeah, all that stuff.
Well, but what is testing now? So there was the Spielberg movie, Close Encounters. There was that claim. I'm hoping that was the test and not Independence Day. Independence Day would not be the right test.
Well, I don't know. Well, here's the point. All of the above. Here's the general point that people have to understand. The physics of warp drive, time travel, paranormal, telepathy, all that stuff, the physics is pretty elementary. That means that any civilization anywhere in the universe, if they manage to get to a certain point, are going to discover this technology. As soon as they discover relativity and quantum theory, you're basically almost there. It's just a matter of 50 years, maybe 100 years. So there are many different groups out there. It is like Star Wars, there are many different groups. I used to kind of laugh. What was it? Some of these guys, I forget their names, saying there are all these different types of ETs. Well, actually, that's true. I know from my classified briefings, I know there are at least 3 different ones.
So Jack Sarfatti stating in his 6-7 decades of classified physics development, technology, the rest of it, and apparently working for the CIA and whatnot, between other government agencies, stating knows of 3 separate different off-world alien entities or groups right there. Just wow, mind-blowing stuff that he is stating and disclosing. And in the alchemy experiments I just showed there as well, that I just had the laser going, showing the different exclusion zone on the top reaction with the zinc copper, and then highlighting the little tiny clusters of the monoatomic silver on the bottom reaction there. And without further ado, or 4 different races, sorry, I heard green. I'm not sure. I'm shut up and we'll let Jack Sarfatti finish saying what he's going to say on that.
The 3 I know 3 for sure.
Okay.
3 different ones.
Let me go down here.
Friendly. Wait, not all of them are friendly. We have a problem, Houston. We have a problem. Okay.
Let me go down here to the next one. We can
All right.
return to this because we've
Yeah.
got some extra time, I think. So
Yeah.
the government is in possession of multiple different types of biologics as well as multiple different types of crafts. This
Yeah,
goes to what
okay.
you were saying.
Yeah,
Okay.
this goes with what I'm saying, and it depends what government are we talking about. See, I'm not going to say what government
Yeah.
we're talking.
Okay.
And
There's a cliffhanger.
yeah, which I can't say. Uh, um, I'd say governments, yes.
Okay.
Yeah,
Governments.
and
Yeah.
the answer is yeah. I mean, I know. I have some intel on that. I can't give too much detail, but the answer is basically yes.
Well, I mean, this is just speculation, but Thor, the gentleman who did UAP theory, who was talking gravitational lensing, one of
Yeah.
the points that he made was he said if the universe is full of life, as the Drake equation suggests, if it has multiple civilizations, as you've said, they can probably travel faster than light, travel through time. Earth right now, the developmental stages that humanity is going through is probably one of the most interesting places in the universe, right?
Yeah,
There's
yeah.
it wouldn't be a surprise that everybody would be here just seeing what's going on.
Yeah,
So
and also, there's the Hastings, the guy Robert Hastings, all this stuff with the nukes.
yes,
Yeah, and it's no accident. It's no accident that I'm involved in this because my professors built the nuclear bombs, right? And so it's no accident that they were also into UFOs. And it's no accident that I was recruited, into this project many years ago. I mean, I've been working this for a long time. This is and it's all now happening.
Yeah.
It's all
So
coming.
let me go to the next one. I think we
Yeah.
have 4 left. So this is number 4. Okay. Grush describes the topic of interaction between humans and non-human intelligence as an area he can't discuss in great detail, but hints at the idea it could have taken place. So this,
It's taking place. Of course, it's taking.
well, I almost wonder if he's referring to that famed, there was supposed to be some meeting or treaty in the Eisenhower years, right?
Oh, I don't know. Well, maybe, yeah. I'm sure. Yeah, I
Sometime,
don't
yeah.
doubt. I don't doubt any of that. I mean, I think there's probably all that is probably true, but I have information on that sort of thing, very detailed information, that sort of thing, which I can't go into detail on. But the answer is yes, and it's a lot stranger and than you think. Then I can. Let's see what I can say without. The high strangeness aspect.
Okay.
Is very much part of it.
Okay.
Okay.
I won't.
No, but I can. All this stuff that Russell Todd, the remote viewing, that put all that stuff is all real. Psychokinesis, the Uri Geller stuff, that's all very much part of the UFO phenomenon. And I have a lot of details of which I can't get into, but it's very, very.
Yeah. Also, the fact that Jack Sarfatti here is claiming to his knowledge experience that the Skinwalker Ranch phenomenon and situation is real, and that there's been several of what he's calling these blue shift, these anti-gravity warp drive reactions of this blue shift that they speak of in this physics term, which we're going to have to get more into the red blue shift the physics of it. It's so crazy, but it's actually apparently how the warp drive works, and that it caused these harmful radiation effects at Skinwalker Ranch, according to Jack. And that he's verifying all of the different woo-woo legends and conspiracies out there, according to his personal experience and knowledge, if one's to believe his testimony, which I tend to do for the most part. It's like gonna have to look a lot more into some of these things now.
Actually, the paranormal, with the paranormal part of this thing, that's the part that will probably scare a lot of people.
And actually, if I could interject for a moment, I did in my interview series, right, several hundred experts on various fields, and when it comes to UAP, that is one of the most consistent things. I did an interview with Gary Nolan, and he reported it. And the thing that caught me was he said, "Why is that happening?" He's like, "I have no clue, but it is." But what's interesting about that is you have like yourself has reported it, Dr. Eric Davis, Dr. Hal Puthoff, Dr. Gary Nolan. This is a consistent report. Is some
Well, it's
kind of
also John Ramirez, CI and Jim Simivan.
yeah.
See, they're all and Rick Doty. Rick Doty also, yeah. So this part of it, the mind control part. Okay, there was there's the two slides I keep putting up on the internet. There's now 6 observables. That's the hardware, the nuts and bolts, right? The warp drive, the time travel, the mechanics. But there's also slide 9 about mind control.
Yeah. Yeah.
The paranormal, the high strangeness.
And I should mention for the audience that you added an observable. There were 5. Luis Elizondo ATEP had 5. You added 1, and I forgot what the 6th
I forgot
was.
exactly. I think actually Julian Gaffrey is the one who actually did it. But yes, that refers to Travis Taylor saying he's getting, that's the blue ship, the anti-gravity blue ship.
Yeah.
That's the stuff that Kit Green has given to Gary Nolan, to the blood of all the, like the Havana syndrome type symptoms. That's the ionization, that's the radiation sickness, basically from the blue shift, from the warp drive.
So let me go down here. Grush states that recorded documentation of non-human intelligence goes, quote unquote, pretty far back in history.
Yeah, well, of course, yes.
Yeah, and I'm seeing stuff online now, paintings, right? That they've been there
Oh, yeah.
forever,
Yeah.
but
Oh, yeah.
yeah. So it's pretty far back there. Grush wouldn't be surprised if humans were genetically engineered.
Well, I would say almost for sure. I'm like 90% certain we were. See, that's also one reason why they're here. But the whole Garden of Eden myth, well, what that was, it's like maybe 6,000, 10,000, whatever. It wasn't that long ago. That the time travelers from our future came down and took us, some our ancestors, and did some CRISPR genetic tweaking of the DNA code, and made because suddenly there's writing. When did writing?
So right there, Sarfatti also, as I tend to speculate and believe that there was some sort of demigod or pastor, higher human-esque genetic engineering of what we are, and lots of top physicists, scientists, and especially alternative history researchers and anthropologists all come to believe and suspect, just like Sarfatti's stating here as well, and that now with CRISPR, gene editing, and DNA sequencing technology, if you truly understand it, and what the sections that they leave out and are hiding in the mainstream publishings and claims, it's because all evidence leads directly towards exactly that in the human genome history.
Yeah, was it 6,000, 10,000? When did all that happen? Happened fairly recently, right?
Yeah. I don't know what the time scale.
There are these discontinuous changes that really cannot be understood in terms of ordinary random Darwinian natural selection, and that's intervention. We have all the technology now. We could do it. We almost do it. I mean, they're doing it at Stanford and all that. I mean, Gary Nolan could do it, right?
Yeah, no. So I had asked Gary about that, and what he'd said was if there was obvious genetic tampering, it would have been detected by the many, 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 gene scanning technologies that are out there. But in some ways, I felt like that begs the question, because number one, in some ways you have to be looking for it to find it, and in other ways, like for instance, hybridization modifies the genome, leaving no.
Yeah.
There are ways that it could be done that wouldn't be obvious. There may be different ways of doing it that are less obvious. So I didn't feel like he had
that's interesting. But they actually tried to look. Have they taken
I don't
fossils,
think they
from
have. I
primitive
don't think they
men?
have.
Yeah, they haven't. If you don't look, you're not going to see it.
In fact, I would argue that it's more than willful ignorance, as Sarfatti's stating, which is also true. That's on a mass scale, but that such institutions as the Smithsonian actively, or go so far as actively suppress, cover up, and hide and destroy any evidence of this, and to make sure it doesn't get published or put forward to contradict their official evolutionary Darwinian claims.
Right, but
Exactly. Yeah.
but also Gary himself was talking about this, this thing that the high functioning have this kind of, I forget, there's this part of the brain where there's a lot of complexity that most people don't have, and I heard Gary Nolan call it a genetic mutation. It's that it's probably a engineered mutation. So the point is, I don't think there's any question about that.
Okay.
My own view. That's my own view. That we're genetically engineered.
And then our final question of the day, David Grush claims remote viewing is real and that it might be related to certain evolutionary traits in the brain that some people possess, which is exactly what you just said.
Yeah, well, that's what Gary's talking about. And the point is this, that we understand now the mechanism of consciousness. We understand it, and generally speaking, we understand the physical mechanism. It's not difficult. That's part of the project that the CIA asked me to work on, right? What is conscious? How these things fly? That we understand the quantum mechanics of it. And to the point now that we can start making sentient machines, artificial intelligence that has the same consciousness we have by simply imitating, using the hammer-off stuff, the microtubules, making these nanoscale quantum dot artificial neural nets and pumping them into what are called further condensates, and then that's what we are. We understand that we're conscious, okay? And so all that is coming, and it's going to come very quick, I think, very fast. Unless we have a nuclear war, of course.
Yeah, so let me very quickly, while I'm sharing, I'm going to.
All right, so I am going to continue letting this play while I go outside and check on the monoatomic, diatomic, colloidal silver waters and see if I can get a couple pictures or connect to the stream and some video of what it's doing out there. So let this continue on and be right back.
Put that up there. This, I believe, is the interview. Joe Rogan. Sorry for forgetting his first name earlier. I do listen occasionally. So I believe this is the interview that they're talking about. And I will put a link to this in chat. And then now what I'll do is take this down. Now, Jack, do you want to bring Mark and the guys in and go over this more in detail?
If somebody has questions, I'll
okay, let's do that. Okay, so I'm going to take that down. And you know what? We should at least give Jack a hand. Dr. Salvatore Pais and that's the wrong me here. There we go. Okay, sorry about that.
Okay,
I have the guys here. Everybody, please give Dr. Jack Sarfatti an applause.
All right. Well, let's just get to the question. Does anybody have any?
Do you guys have any questions for Jack? Okay, and I'm pasting this.
I have a question. Could you go into a little greater depth on the most recent thing that you guys are just talking about on the consciousness side of things, and what your research or experience in the past has suggested?
Well, okay. Well, if you just go on my Twitter, I always there's a paper now by what's his name, the Finnish guy, Paavo Pilkin. He's written a review paper. He's an eminent cognitive scientist in Helsinki and Sweden. And he's written a review paper in December of 2022, about a year ago, called, it's on my website. I mean, just look up, what is it? The brain as a quantum measuring device. And in that review paper, section 7, he describes what I've done in a accessible way if you're not a physicist, it's for other psychologists, people. And he describes, without the math, the quantum mechanics of consciousness that we've discovered. It basically takes off from the hammer-off microtubule theory. It's not quite the same, it's not really Penrose's gravity theory, but there's there's a precise mechanism, okay, which I predict explains consciousness, and which can be tested because we can build machines now, nanoscale artificial neural nets that will have the same kind of consciousness that we have. But of course, that's also a function of the input sensors and the output motors that they have. But we're talking. It's pretty interesting. You see, this gets into Sam Altman. The jet. By the way, Sam Altman is my next door neighbor. Here, he lives next door to me. I haven't met him yet because
he got rehired. They brought him back.
Yes,
they brought him.
Yes. And so he's literally, we have a common boundary here. I mean, he's right in the next building that he owns. But he's hardly there, and I'm in London and Italy a lot of the time. So, but in any case, if you read about, there's this woman, Pippa Malgram. She's on Substack. I met her in London, and she's written a very interesting analysis of what's been happening with Sam and his business and everything. But apparently, Sam is getting into all this. He's getting into robots. He's actually going to be competing with Elon Musk and all this, And so he's going to eventually, once he be very interested in conscious AI, because that's the next step. Next step for all the artificial intelligence now, it's not conscious, and you can make it conscious. It's like Frankenstein. It's alive. It's conscious. Okay, you can make it conscious by changing the hardware. It's a hardware problem. And I basically know how to do it. In principle, I know how to do it. So,
yeah. So there you go. Well, on that note, I mean, if that answers the question, I wonder if we should move on to lab time then.
And is that it?
I think that was it. And Jack, I'll take that section of this and put it up on the YouTube channel as its own breakaway.
Yeah,
too,
please.
Okay. Well, Jack, let me thank you so much, and you're more than welcome to stick around. We're going to go to lab.
No, I got stuff I got to do.
Okay. Well, thank you again. It was definitely an honor and a pleasure again, sir.
Okay. Bye. How do I do?
Okay. So lab time. Can I start with Drew in sunny Florida, who
Thank you, Chris. Yeah, I've been muted for a while, haven't I? Oh, and Gold Coast Lady also saying, my bad. Sorry, everyone. All right. Recap what I was saying there. So that was one epic. I guess I should mark sound back. Okay, for editing later. Jack Sarfatti's epic presentation there. And now they're doing the lab time of the different lab experiments in the APEC group. And I'm just going to hop outside and take some photos of the silver ormus monatomic colloidal silver water that I have sitting out underneath the full moon. And we will continue these experiments here. When I get back inside, I'm going to show some close-ups on the monatomic colloidal silver reaction, and that there's actually some ormus / monatomic forming and collecting around and behind the two silver coin anode cathodes there. And yeah, so I will be back in 5, and we will continue playing the APEC lab presentations. And that was just one epic testimony of Jack Sarfatti there. Also, quickly highlight here that you start seeing this white foam forming on the top of the reaction there, a top layer of floating GANs / ormus / monoatomic zinc copper there. And then here at the very top, this top inch of the water there around the coins especially, you can start seeing these bit of cloud white monoatomics forming and collecting around the surface, as well as more precipitating down at the bottom of the jar, and suspended animation above about 1 centimeter to 1 inch off the very ground bottom of the water jar. And it will continue to grow. And now that you can hear me, we will get back to the APEC presentations and see what everyone's up to this past month.
Who has been very patient. Does that work, guys?
Hey, Tim.
Hey, I'll go to solo layout and then, oops, how does this work? There we go. Okay. Yeah. Do you have updates for us? Go for it, sir.
Yes. It's been a very busy couple of weeks here. Now that I've figured out what's going on with this whole build the world's worst capacitor, I have built a couple of really bad capacitors that have generated some positive thrust. What I'll do is I'll share a sanitized version of my tests from whenever the 21st was, a couple of days ago. Let's see here. Can I just present? Share screen. Screen sharing. Share screen. Working on it. Technology hates me.
No worries. You're doing great. And this is StreamYard. It's a little different. Yeah, there it is. Let me see.
Okay.
Add to stage. There. Perfect.
Okay. Well, can y'all see, I don't know where the blue thing is, the stop sharing thing? It's in a real, oh, okay. I can move that. Good. Sorry. Just had to move that out of the way because the cool stuff's down here at the bottom. Basically, this particular test generated 4.4 millinewtons of thrust. As you can see, it took 20,000 seconds to charge the system. Working on that. That's a little excessive even for me. That means I have to sit out there for 20,000 seconds and keep the temperatures all stable so that all the sensors. It's the bane of being poor. You can't afford temperature compensated vacuum sensors. So 4,400 micronewtons is the equivalent of 449 milligrams of force, if you will. If you were looking at a scale, 4,400 micronewtons would be equivalent to 449 milligrams of mass at 1 G. 449 milligrams divided by 360, which is what these little plates weigh, is 1.25 Earth unity thrust to weight ratio. Yay, pass unity.
Actually, I'm gonna
The cool thing about this is
bring it back to the Salvador Pius, beginning of the Salvador Pius presentation a bit while I'm outside. And then once I'm back, I'm actually going to play the segment of my Salvador Pius alien scientist interview, as well as the Dutch Sense Eric Hecker interview about Antarctica and the neutrino detector device down there. Sorry, we're experiencing buffering. Oh, maybe it just doesn't want to work. All right. Well, in that case, we might just continue on to the Sal Pius interview.
Our so-called new physics should be based on creation rather than destruction. That's all. Go ahead, Michael. I'm sorry.
Yeah, and all I was saying is, like, if you think about it, it's kind of absurd that everyone assumes, oh, we have to survive by getting into space, where it would actually probably be much more practical to simply figure out how to live here on Earth with the resources we already have. And like, I'm working on another project outside APEC, the Technocopia project. It's basically a self-replicating system that takes care of all of a person's basic needs. Like, if you can just make that and have that be relatively innocuous with the waste that it produces, and perhaps have some advanced energy generation technology, you could easily, like one of the fundamental things on Earth right now is scarcity is used as a means to control people. But if you produce a post-scarcity society, that goes away too. So, yeah, I mean, you would be able to have a world with a lot less coercion and everything. And if everyone's building instead of fighting, that's just a much better world.
To jump on your thought, you don't think that Elon, among his team, I mean, this guy is a multi-billionaire. You don't think among his team of scientists, engineers, whatnot, nobody has talked to him about field propulsion and the possibility thereof?
Certainly, he probably has.
And why? And do you think he's dismissed it out of hand, or is he doing stuff in the black that we don't know about?
Probably the second.
Hopefully.
Well, one would hope.
So I just wanted to riff a little bit more on means of destruction's calculation there and the modifier to your equation. So it looks like he was at 0.7 of the Planck force, right? Your thing comes out to roughly about 0.7 of. So for the modifier, if you multiplied it by the golden ratio, it's going to get you kind of closer. But if you multiply it by √2, you're going to get real close. The reason why I'm bringing these particular modifiers up is because you're looking at a scaling force, something that needs to follow the changes in scale. Well, anytime you have something that needs to follow changes in scale, you must invoke fractals, because fractals are the code the universe uses to say, I need something big and make it smaller, take something small, make it big. It uses a fractional dimension scaling relationship there, right? So what I wanted to say was I wouldn't be surprised if your particular model simply requires a scaling that just so happens to follow some divine freaking number out there, because God made the universe to have some particular code in it, like the Serpentine triangle or the √2.
Ain't that some? Doesn't that talk to a super intelligence? But anyway, the whole idea of fractals, isn't it awesome that the ability, I mean, we're talking about a microscopic geometric pattern repeating at macroscopic levels. I mean, that's what fractals are about.
Right, like a fractal is both indefinite and finite and infinite within itself, right? It's finite and infinite all within one set. It's a dimension of its
As
own.
above, so below.
It's
freaking beautiful.
It's worth also.
Hermeticism, baby. That's right.
It's also worth noting some of my most recent research. I take some of Ray Stanford, the ufologist from the 20th century. I take some of his data that he recorded, gravitational and magnetic changes associated with movements of UAPs, and I found some
brother UFOs. I can stand
UFOs. Sorry.
These are objects. They're physical effing objects. There you go. Unacknowledged effing objects.
1978, he takes all these recordings of it. They do a Fourier transform of it. They find the frequencies that happen to pop out of this. I've done a massive amount of calculations on this, and I am like greater than 90% certain they're utilizing combinations of the golden ratio to induce electromagnetic and gravitational changes, which, if you're dealing with these scaling problems of needing to take your electromagnetic force and fit it down into the gravitational force, you've got to have some kind of scaling correspondence there. It wouldn't be surprising if the golden ratio heterodyning that they're using in UFOs also happens to work with Pais effect.
That's good one, Jared. Good one. Good observation. Definitely. Very interesting, bro. Jeremy, the floor is yours, brother. You can direct it however you want. I'm here for the duration. However, until you guys get bored by me, I'm here. So
I've been told that the secret sauce.
I'm pretty sure that Dave, the physicist, is already bored. He's like, shit, man. Why the hell did I jump on this crap? No, I'm kidding. All right, sorry.
Well, some people say that the secret sauce is really Thousand Island Italian dressing.
Yeah.
But we won't talk about that here.
No.
What do you think about the ideas of you talk about this idea of macroscopic quantum phenomena?
Coherence. Look at slide 8. Look at slide 8 in that AIAA slide paper that I send you. Look carefully what I exactly look at the wording and look exactly what I'm talking about. What we're trying to do is make sure maximal entropy is never achieved. Once you do that, it's as if you are not allowing the physical system to come to an equilibrium state. Everything in so-called life is based on an equilibrium value. But remember what Kirsten Huang said about equilibrium and about all this dark matter stuff being out of equilibrium phenomena. You see, read that book. Please read that book carefully. A Superfluid Universe. I bet you maybe 100 people have ever read it. Okay? But I guarantee there's some beautiful stuff in there that we can use. That's all I'm going to say. But you'll see what I mean once you start reading. Especially toward the end, the dark matter and dark energy part. There's a chapter on it. Read that carefully. Really carefully.
Superfluid.
And have your mind on the Pais effect while you're reading it, and you'll see what I mean. Yeah.
The first superfluid, I think, was helium-3 or
wasn't it like liquid helium?
Liquid helium, right? Yeah.
I think so, right? Because that's how Kammerling-Onnes came up. I mean, he got his Nobel but he was doing superfluidity of liquid helium before he found there was superconductive. He got his Nobel for superconductivity, right? Yeah, I think so. And BCS in 1960, they got it for the theory. The whole idea of Cooper pairing. I want to hear your take on Cooper pairing, on Leon Cooper's idea of electron pairing. Do you think it has, Dave the physicist, do you think electron pairing has anything to do with high temperature superconductivity? Or do you think it's something that only
I don't know exactly what's going on. I mean, here the big problem is trying to figure out what is the mass of the Cooper pair. I know that's a big mystery with it. So yeah, I mean, I feel like we just don't really understand exactly what the true theory of superconductivity is. I'm not a condensed matter guy, so I don't have strong opinions on what it should be. but it does seem that there's something to figure out there. Maybe is gravity related or not to figure out that mass difference? I'm not sure. I don't know what to say too much.
That's a good point. That's something to be looked at. Jeremiah, did you read the Victor Lachno? I know Michael Perrone has read it. Have you read the Victor Lachno paper on high temperature superconductivity?
I haven't.
The mechanism that yeah, go ahead.
Not yet. I haven't read the paper on it yet, but I do have an operational sort of intuition about preparing and room temperature interaction.
Look at the last page. What he says. He says, Pais may use an alternating magnetic field, right?
Well, if I could suggest something
to
too,
do what?
interesting
To disrupt the surface superconducting layer, hence creating a Bose-Einstein condensate. And then he uses what? An alternating current. I can almost hear Dollards right here at the back of my mind. Alternating current to do what? To cause dynamics of the Bose condensate.
Right. If we get two electrons, right, and we get them to phase synchronize or couple, quantum entangle, what's going to happen is the two spins are going to oppose each other in terms of producing an interactive magnetic field as it's flowing through the conductor. So even at room temperatures, this randomized conductor, which would normally be...
Slow down, please, for me.
Oh, sorry. Okay. So okay. So at cold temperatures, when you have an electron flowing through, its electric field is going to follow its attraction to all the unpaired spins or any kind of imbalanced charges surrounding the nucleons and the electron clouds, right? So it's gonna be predominantly following a pretty linear path, and once it cuts through, it's gonna spin polarize the surrounding electron valences through their interaction with the nucleons to create a pathway where it can now tunnel. So once you get one electron to do it, then the next ones can do it very easily, and so they'll link closer to each other and spin polarized. But
so it becomes like a giant matter wave. It becomes
it becomes a matter wave, right?
That's where the coherence comes in.
But here's the room temperature part. So this is where it gets interesting.
Right.
You don't have to have super cold materials in order to get this phenomenon to occur.
As long as that piezoelectric material, right? PZT, lead, zirconate, titanate, all of them, lead, zirconia, and they're all what? Low temperature superconductors. So you need them. You need them to be superconductive at low temperatures. And then you bring the TC up by this mechanism. I'm amazed that this, this guy's Russian Academy of Sciences. How much you want to bet there are a lot of scientists out there, okay, in certain states that I won't name. There's no need for, this to be taken down later. So that are looking at this stuff very carefully, if they don't already have it.
They should be.
So basically, it's a 4-ket superconductor, right? So it's a driven coherent state, and it's a Bose-Einstein condensate, and you're using bipolarions instead of.
That's exactly what
Lachno
pairing. Bipolarion mechanism. It's not the It's not the Cooper pairing. Correct.
Yeah, it's
or not the traditional Cooper pairing, at least. I'm sure you still have bosons.
No.
It's like a short horizon entanglement. So that's
definitely a nuance. Cooper pairing somehow still links to it. It's just another level of it. But yeah, then Leon Cooper,
state of it.
What an idea! I mean, who'd have thought? I mean, think about it. The electrons overcoming their Coulomb repulsion to pair up, do a dance together. That's effing brilliant.
Phenomenal. Yeah, exactly. And they naturally do this when you get them to interact at just the right angle, and they have an almost equivalent velocity. If they cross
a mind like that, we need in that MMA cage, and we don't let them out until we convince them, one way or another. Combat of the mind, baby.
Seen it. Okay, we've already seen this
combat of the mind.
So to prove the point that you can have room temperature like superconducting states, we've already seen it in boron and in carbon nanolayers. And just by changing the interaction angle of two different lattice grids, we can now create these magnetic moments which allow that interaction to occur. The interaction is rare, but if we can get two electrons that are traveling across at some angle to each other to actually link up and get their spin states completely crossed so that they entangle just for that moment, it's like a short information horizon synchronization. It's not technically superconductivity. You have still two independent electrons, but they are spin synchronized, so they're more, their interaction with each other is stronger than it is with the rest of the lattice. Hence, they experience no resistance.
Given that physics, how would you explain the Meissner effect, though? Given what you just described, how would that particular structure you're describing make sure that no external magnetic field? I mean, it still penetrates up to the London penetration depth. It still does. Everybody talks as if, it's total expulsion. No, it still penetrates. But we're talking about microns, right, Michael? We talk about microns. We're not talking about freaking So
yeah, it goes from having a wave equation solution to a what was it? Laplace? No, that's not. That might be. Well, it's got exponential solutions. It's got evanescent solutions, I should say. Not.
Which brother came up with that? Was it Fritz or Heinz? It was one of them. There were two London brothers. You know that, right? There were two London brothers. Yeah, both of them really high up. But anyway, yeah, it's pretty cool how they were able to show quantum macroscopic quantum phenomena. That superconductivity. Right? That's pretty cool.
It's amazing how far apart you can get two electrons and have them still stay quantum locked with each other. It's shocking. Once they get locked into that state, they seem to be interacting almost at superluminal velocities.
That's weird, though. Why 3? Why not 4 or 5? Why the number 3?
That's a good question.
Dude, man, listen to me. Tesla did not believe in the number 3. Remember what he said about 6, 3, and 9? And all those numbers are divisible by 3. So again, 3 at the basis. Tesla did not believe in the number 3 for nothing. But I wonder if he ever wrote it down. His philosophy of the number 3. It's powerful as hell. I mean, look at the other dude. What's his name? The one with the Pauli exclusion principle. He was crazy about understanding the fine structure constant. You know what I'm saying? There's a philosophy to these numbers, man. Look carefully at 1 divided by 137. Put it in a calculator. You'll see what? 0.007299, and then the thing like repeats the other way. It's like a freaking vibration almost, like an arithmetical vibration of sorts.
Well, any
Put it in your calculator, 1 divided by 137. You see what I'm talking about.
Any rational number will do that, though.
One reason why he might have been all up into the 369 numerology, though, could also be, I'm throwing this out there, the universe as an information computational machine happens to run on a ternary-based system.
There you go.
Well, I mean, if you think of particle collisions, technically you can only have vertices with 3 edges connecting to them, I think.
Yeah. Feynman thought this was a magical number, too. Yeah.
And there's 3 Whittaker potentials, even though it was claimed that one was unphysical.
Yep.
Yeah, there's something very interesting.
Man, I love that.
What do you guys think about Frank Wilczek? The whole idea that the materiality of the quantum vacuum. Ain't that? I mean, the guy. Did you ever see him go against Lawrence Krauss? Everything came from nothing, something like that. Did you ever see?
I think I might still have to watch that one.
It is heavy, bro. You gotta watch it.
He said we're children of the ether at one point.
One of the best. Yeah,
that's
amazing.
I mean, this is the inventor of time crystals, but dude, listen to me. Wilczek has a mind like, I think, in my opinion, he's the best we've got right now. And I'm sorry, Nima Khani Ahmed, I always thought you were great, but since you never answered my emails, I'm kidding.
Better than Ed Whitten.
Anyway, that's funny. Anyway.
You're more scared of Wilczek than Ed Whitten?
Oh my goodness. I think Whitten would give me a headache. He is the most mathematical person in the history of physics, in my opinion. Even, did you see what Eric Weinstein has to say about Frank? Not Frank, but that. I don't know. I regard Wilczek as the greatest, but that's me. You know, what's
I
the
was
name?
trying to get
Did you
Eric
see what he
Weinstein
says
to
about
come on.
yeah, Weinstein is pissed at Witten for supposedly and Dave the physicist know what I'm talking about, for slowing down the advent of physics with string theory. Really?
Yeah, but I
He's
mean,
got
he's just trying his best. I mean, at the end of the day, everyone's just trying to
remember
what they
who
can.
his father was, Lewis Whitten.
Lewis Whitten.
Hey, right there, Jeremy, you've done the research. You know who Lewis Whitten was.
Yeah, they were
One
the
of those-
father-son team for Martin
One of
Marietta.
those quote unquote guys that kind of in the 50s just kind of like, whoo, what happened? Remember, you know the names. Was it the Bobson or remember the quantum?
Bonson Labs and
Kurt
and,
Jarmangel has a thing on his theories of everything with this, with the
Babson and Bonson. Yep, the
with
history
quantum
of
gravity, the mystery of quantum. Yeah,
Yep.
very interesting. Very
Really
interesting.
story.
I
They
mean,
put
you
tons
have
of money into this.
top physicists, okay, work on this. I mean, for God's sake, we talk about the Witt. We talk about the Wheeler, the Wheeler, the Witt equation. We talk about Wheeler. I mean, this is John Archibald. You know, matter tells space-time how to curve and how is it? And space and space-time. How does it go? And space-time tells matter how to move. Something. I would replace the word matter with energy density, and I would do something anyway with fluctuation.
Sure.
I think it's in one of my slides, but that's the only thing that I would ever change on that was beautiful.
Well, that non-Riemannian geometry that Eric is interested in is also in string theory, but most string theorists don't even realize that either. So
yeah, good point.
it's they're not as far away as it seems. In fact, it turns out that Eric Weinstein was actually influential to finding a solution to the origin of M theory, but I don't think either Eric or Ed Witten are aware of that in detail. So I don't know.
Really? You should reach out to Weinstein and let him know.
Yeah, I've talked to him a couple times.
I mean, for God's sake, the way those remember that crazy paper that they tried to publish on Archive with this guy? He wouldn't even give his real name. Called himself Theopolia.
Oh, like, yeah.
The god of everything. It was just some weird translation. And dude, what's up with these people, man? I mean,
well, he's a real person. I talked to him.
Now the other guy, Timothy Noon, he is a really good physicist. I've seen certain.
Okay, I'm going to pause that there. And all of these full video lectures, presentations, conferences are all available in my live stream section of YouTube, both Crypto Alchemist and BurnEye, Mine's Third Eye, a ScienceGuy channels. And here now I'm going to show, and please let me know. I know the sound is good right now, but as I walk to the back to handle these cameras for a better close-up image, if you can hear me, that, oh no, Gold Coast lady, lead paint, horrible to hear. And warnings that yes, these monoatomics ormus, that if you have such metals as lead in it, it will poison you extremely quickly, extremely toxic, and that they're very strong energies as well as dangers when dealing with nanomaterials and this plasma state matter. But here now I'm going to take the camera and show the monoatomic silver, or ormus silver, the white fluffy silver that is forming in between Bert, Ernie, and Oscar in the center jar here. That you can see these little clouds forming around the coins at the top of the water line there, and also at the very bottom, and that I will try to highlight it with a closer view as well as better lighting here. and hopefully you'll still be able to hear me. As I am now in the back, so let me know. I can actually see the comments from the back screen, so do let me know if you still can hear me, and that there's a piece of plastic separating the two coins to make sure that they don't connect and thus would short out the reaction, but collecting on the plastic wrapper there, the white ormus and cloud of it here. Trying to stabilize it. There you go. You can see this top layer right there, a cloud forming. A cloud up there. And all around. And then also in this jar, the zinc anode here eroding away into the layer of white monatomic material at the very top, and now condensing, falling all the way down the bottom. Awesome, sounded so good. Amazing. And not sure if it will focus for you to show the bubbles. There's actually quite a lot of hydrogen coming off the copper coils here, but the ormus monatomic material is so thick it's really hard to actually see them, but hopefully it focuses enough. No. Oh, there's a couple being caught, but those are just the big ones. There's actually like probably millions or billions of very tiny ones coming up, constantly streaming off of all the copper coil. Back to the cloud of monatomic silver, and you can also see it forming and levitating at the bottom. There we go. It's a pretty good image of the cloudy monoatomics floating at the bottom, or suspended at the bottom of the jar there. So you have pure white monatomic silver right there, and at the very top collecting as well. And then this one being zinc and copper. Oh, and actually some iron. I forgot there's the Lion reactor from the Martin Fleischmann Memorial Project. Lion reactor core that I just simultaneously happened to also be using as an anode, well, cathode in this reaction, but anode in other reactions, and getting some interesting results with them. got Sesame Street in place there. Decent lighting. Okay, so all of that just being made with 5 volts of electricity, AC electricity going into some salt water. And that, yeah, no, never do the blue. The blue is highly toxic. That is oxidized material. The blue, the red, the yellow, yeah, that is toxic. The teal, green, none of those, just the pure white monatomic material. But that said, do not consume it. It is extremely powerful stuff, both energetically as well as just heavy metals. And that I myself have been experimenting with the top clear colloidal water of this monoatomic or some sort of plasmid cluster of the gold silver ormus GANS material, that it was white, and then I put into the sun and it turned purple. You can still see some of the actual golds at the very bottom there, clustered. And yeah, some of the white as well there. I guess having blue, purple lights, UV lights on everywhere makes everything look a little bit purple blue, but I assure you we have the white material and then the purple. Quite different in color. All right, so the next part coming up, we are going to be playing a little bit of the Ashton Forbes video first, just as I have it available, and it is, well, it's extremely relevant as there's just more and more epic information and collaborations coming out with Ashton, and I look forward to both this weekend's Salvador Pius, Dave Rossi, and Ashton Forbes collab, as well as my next interview with him, which we will be setting up after this stream when I email him. And yeah, so we'll play that, and then we will get to the Eric Hecker Dutch Sense interview that I will be replaying.
Gun so far.
Of that. All right. So, and a big thing that I suspect, believe, and it's all leads to Diego Garcia. I believe the 4th Tic Tac was at Diego Garcia. But anywho, we will continue.
This base, the stuff I'm hearing behind the scenes of this base is magnitudes an area 51 and important to the government, and not just about non-human intelligence, but like just in general stuff they're doing. 20% of Space Force is at this base. 20%. Space Force has about 8,500 people. 1,700 of them are stationed at this base, in addition to 1,500 civilians. The civilians at this base are not allowed to talk to anybody for the duration while they're there. Like 2-year stint, you can't talk to your family, and that's why they drink all the time there. And apparently that's the number one pastime, is just getting drunk and partying, because you can't talk to anybody else who's outside the base, because that's how secret they keep this base. I found a bunch of contracts from Black Construction, Lockheed Martin, tens of millions that add up to hundreds of millions of dollars. They actually have put billions of dollars into this base. If you go look on Google Earth Pro from 2003 to 2014, even to now, almost nothing on the surface changes, despite all this construction happening. And if you go look at what you're just looking at right there with that runway, especially if you go look at images from before 2014, there's tons of huge planes on the runway. After 2014, the planes are just gone.
You're gonna have to do it. I don't think I have Pro View.
No, I think I can pull it up.
Earth Viewer.
You want to look at it together?
Yeah.
I've never actually done it on a podcast with anybody.
Well, this is what we do on here, man. So let's.
Oh, well, I mean,
one of
I
my
love
favorite things to do is look up
just don't want
Google
my
Earth. And,
I don't want our connection to get disrupted suddenly.
yes, that's how we know we're on to some good
Yeah.
stuff.
So people tell me that we should avoid talking about this base, is what people have been telling me, but I'm not afraid
Well,
of it. Let's
well,
go for
that's why I'm talking about it.
How do I change the times on these? I'm not very good at Google Earth. Let me share again.
And we're almost at an hour and a half here, and a little bit. You mind?
Cool.
Would you like to open it up, or no? You
Yeah,
think,
no, we can do that if you want. I think we've hit a lot of the key points. I don't know if we did everything, but quite a bit. We even talked about Edward Lucien a little bit. Does anyone know how you change the dates? One of these buttons changes the dates. Oh, here we go. Historical imagery. Okay, guys, we're gonna do this together. This is gonna be fun. Okay, so let's go back to all the way like 2003. I mean, this is where you can kind of see some of the older satellite imagery. Let's see one where there's not a lot of clouds, like this one. So looking at this base here, we see these are apparently radar dishes, potentially, these circle things here. These might be radar dishes, we believe. Now you can already see some of these planes already on this runway here, right? And I wonder if these aren't like elevators. There's got to be some elevator somewhere that goes underground. Now down here, look at all these planes. This runway is filled with planes. And this is 2003. So let's move it forward. Let's go to 2000, now 2014, all the planes are gone. No more planes. Is it picture day, or how did they figure out
maybe
to
they
have
vapor,
no
maybe
planes
they
on them?
They teleported them all with wormholes.
I think they just
Well,
bring them underground.
Sorry
right?
to interrupt. I have to bring up that in 2003, Diego Garcia was the main launching point for the Iraq invasion. And that's why there was the huge military buildup there.
Interesting enough, they're still there though in 2006. But yeah, maybe, right? So in 2006, I mean, look, we got all the planes here. All these planes chilling on the runway. And just interesting enough, so we go forward here, and look what we just looked around, right? Now let's go to like 2020. Everything's still exactly the same on the surface. There's no differences anywhere on the surface here. All exactly the same. This right here, this harbor, is very interesting. So there's one, I think it's like 2006. Let me find it. Look at this. Why is this weird? What is this? What is that? Is that just a weird artifact? I'm not really sure.
Yeah,
but
it looks
there's
like
arguments that they have some kind of underwater submarine docking station for this place.
Yeah, it might be. Well, it's definitely what's called dredging.
Yeah. So there's a lot of contracts I found for dredging as well.
Yeah,
tens of millions for black construction.
They'll dig tons of. So they basically remove the coral reef and then dig it out so that big ships can get in there to harbor. So there's a little makeshift harbor that they made
over
there.
here too. You see the same thing again. Like, look at this. It's weird looking. I don't know if that's just an artifact or what. But this is this yacht club here. If you go look at the heat maps, this must be the most active yacht club in the whole world because there's a huge heat signature next to this yacht club right here. And the fact that they have a yacht club in general is kind of bizarre, but sure.
Well, I mean, if you're sailing on yacht, they don't cross. Some people sail around the world. It would be a good stop, maybe to
Yeah. So the history of this base.
So this right here, I just want to point out.
Go ahead.
This is a tank farm. Okay, so these are petroleum storage tanks, and you can see that this is dug out so that if they one of these break or rupture, it can capture it all in this area. So yeah, this is a tank farm. These are all the pipes that go into the tanks to fill and drain them. So basically, oil container ships would basically park here off port, and then they hook up to a line where they dump all, they basically bring out a container full of petrol and load it out into these tanks.
Seems like a good place to hide some very advanced radars, though, as well. This base is supposedly supposed to have radar capability. They can track up to 3,000 miles away, which would be able to track Malaysian Airlines from start to finish.
So we'll probably be able to find the radar arrays.
Sorry, it also has one of NASA's shuttle emergency landing.
Because that's how long that runway is right there. Like, it's long enough that you can land a space shuttle on it. This is one. That's a good point. Yeah. And they moved all of the indigenous people off this island. It was a big, huge human rights scandal. They killed all their pets, like grotesquely. And even now, it's a big human rights scandal.
2.5 miles. That's not bad. The one at Groom Lake is 9 in Area 51.
Yeah. And yeah, so I guess it's funny because the Malaysian people have been trolling this base. There's a bunch of stuff like waypoints that are in Malay all over. I think they're Bahasa, I believe they speak. Or I could be wrong on that, but yeah, there's all these waypoints all over. Like if you go look at the official Google Earth, all over the place, and apparently there's like pictures of the plane that they've put in there as well. So a lot of people speculate that this is the place to go. Now, I don't have any hard evidence for it, but if I'm a gambling man, I'm putting it all on this base. That's just my opinion. But
and like you said, there was that. Sorry to interrupt, but you said there was. What's the guy's name? That his phone. He took a picture when he landed there, right? That American.
Philip Wood. But he was. He apparently hid the phone up his butt. Was able to take a black picture. The EXIF data picture points to this base here. Actually, it points to kind of where there's a kind of residential area just to the east of where we were looking at that runway. That's where it points to, apparently.
This might be a radar setup here on the south corner of the base here. I'm not sure what this thing is, but this looks like a phased array with the little 6 radar towers arranged in an interesting pattern.
Real quick, I want to address the question in the chat about some debris that was found. So first of all, I want to point out that only one piece was connected with a serial number, the flaperon, and they actually did not use a unique serial number. If you go look it up, you'll realize the unique serial plate was actually missing from the flaperon. You can Google that and figure that out. In addition, no debris was found by the official search at all. Not any. It was all found by 10 pieces were found by Blaine Gibson, who is this guy that has been kind of going coast to coast searching for parts of the debris. The debris that is found is consistent with the fire scenario and teleportation scenarios. In fact, some of the debris had burn marks on it. The debris found later was not consistent with barnacle growth for the amount of time that it was in the water as well. And lastly, there was a 9M-MRK that was purchased and scrapped in 2013 in October, which is about 6 months before this event. That's the exact same model as MH370. So there's some evidence that the
covered their tracks, man. They disappeared another identical plane so that they could throw some debris out there to say, hey, we found pieces of it.
And that plane was scrapped way too early, like more than like a decade too early. It still had a ton of flight left in it, which is very unusual. And the company that bought it, GA Telesis, has been linked to the military. In fact, it was started by a veteran.
GA Telesis?
Yeah. It was started by a 34-year-old military veteran that all of a sudden now is in charge of a multi-billion-dollar company that buys planes. Now, I don't really want to go too much into this because this is the part where you start to get disappeared, right? So
no, this is what I want you to do, man. I want to
I want to just say I have the utmost respect for the military. I think I've been very kind to them throughout this in general.
The military is not bad.
So please, be
I
good
say
to me.
the military aren't the bad guys, man. They're just taking orders, all right? And it sucks because they have to take orders from people like Joe Biden.
I'm not a fan of politics in general anymore. I just think that it's all a matter. It's like a game. The people that you put in there, they're temporary employees, right?
Puppets,
you get put in,
puppets, man. I think they're all controlled.
You said it.
They're all. Yeah, I don't.
It was interesting because just on that line, like people get into the office and they want to disclose UAPs, whatever, and then they get in the office and their whole personality changes. All of a sudden, they're quiet about it. They're coy about it. Happened to Obama. Happened to Trump. I mean, Biden was already, whatever, but you get the point.
All right, so I'm pausing that stream interview there. It's also available on all of my previous live sections, as well as Twitter, Rumble, OdySee, Twitch, and the YouTubes, of course. And just to show, here we go. share this one instead here. Let's see. Okay, so next up, I'm going to be playing a portion of the Dutch Sense, myself and Eric Hecker interview. And then depending on the time, 3:03 a.m. right now, 2 hours and 10 minutes in here. And yeah, we'll see how far we go. Might also play the most recent Eric Hecker, myself, and Jeremy Reese, alien scientist interview. I've actually had the pleasure of interviewing and talking with Eric 4 times now, and hopefully a 5th one, a 2nd time coming up with Dutch Sense. Shout out to Dutch, and so stoked, glad, thank God. He's able to stream to YouTube a bit now again. And just prayers still with him, all the BS and attacks and issues he's having with internet's cut off and stuff and whatever else. Hopefully not actual real life attacks and stuff, which would be absolutely horrible, because all the man's doing is trying to save lives and show the cosmic cycle and the seismic cycle of our planet here. Anywho, okay, I am rambling on, but we are moving on in the stream here, so that is why you will notice that I always change the colors and the backgrounds randomly throughout the live streams, is because it's markers for times for editing and all the rest. And before I start with the Dutch Eric Hecker interview with myself here, just gonna go over all of the different mega episodes, streams I've done in the last 8 months. So eight months ago, when this interview happened, is that 1K? It was at 11K views now, supposedly one. Anyways, ridiculous. From between Michelle Gibson to the Real Science series I do with Andreas Sirtis, to other science streams I've done on alchemy and monoatomics, like we're doing tonight a bit. Pyramids, alternative history, Walter Bosley I've had the pleasure of several times now, and we have another episode coming up in the next week or two. Also this week with David Henson, I believe. David Henson, the man that's been to the Eye of the Sahara, I believe, coming up with Andreas Sirtis. We'll also be having Howard Crowhurst back on. Just amazing work he's done. There's literally hundreds of videos, lots. Going to be back with Paranoid American Thomas. Third Phase of the Moon. They've been on a couple times. I'll be doing more with them probably coming up as well. A couple things in the works, but it is all so much work, and YouTube has literally, I don't know if it's the Canadian C-51 BS bill that passed, but I've noticed since then that went into implication. My views and revenue have dropped by over 75%. It's insane how bad they've slashed it. And shout out the original one donation at the start of the stream today. That's about all I've gotten in a month, so it's insanely low. I need to get a job because it's not paying my bills, so I don't know how many streams will be happening in December, as I need to get myself work desperately. But here we go is sadly Dutch wasn't able to make this second or the most recent interview with myself, Eric Hecker, and Jeremy and Jeremiah. But that is the fourth overall interview we did together. First, now though, I am playing segments from the third one with Eric Hecker and the original one with Dutch and Eric together. And we will be actually playing it off of Elon's X, because then it is ad free. The most amazing Dutch since Eric Hecker and BurnEye interview. Here we go. Posting it on my X account. We share this instead. Here we go. It's a 5.5 hour video, or 5 hour 15 minutes. Just one epic
but also
game
versus sphere
3.5 hours. Is where
Byrd just crashed again, as I was trying to show to you. That's so.
Please share your screen again, Mike, because
yeah.
When I interrupt.
Lewis. So this one is an ancient.
The top and just ridiculous for the time period that they claimed that they were needed.
Sadly, my t-shirt
it makes zero sense.
not
So there has to be
working.
something so much more to it.
Oh,
and
I
then
really
when you
need
get into
so much
fractal
work.
ray antennas and just fractals in general and geometry, it all starts making a lot more sense.
You know how long it would take us to move that amount of Earth nowadays with all the massive heavy equipment that we have? I just look at those as job sites, and I just try to imagine how these guys got this work done without the tools that I have available to me. It's like, you got to be kidding me. There's no way. It's like, I don't care what you pay me, and you're like, hey, grab a shovel, Eric, and go help those guys out. Like, no way, no. I quit like immediately. We're not digging this. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
It's lunacy.
Bang
It
on,
would have to be,
brother.
I would think, frequency of some kind. I mean, I would think cymatics frequency. You know how, I mean, when you vibrate sand or salt on a speaker and it gives you the shape of a whatever, that it could happen on a huge basis. And you were down in Antarctica. So you were in Antarctica?
Yes, I spent
Is it
a year at
really?
the South
Is it
Pole
truly
Station.
cold? Is it truly
Oh
cold?
yeah,
down
it's
there?
cold. It's cold for sure. There's no denying that. It's ruthlessly cold.
How about the summer though? Like compared, like is it hot in the summer when it's 24-hour sun though? Like does it get
It's a
up at
relativity
least,
thing
or-
for sure, and there's a lunacy. So the hottest day that I was there was actually Christmas Eve, December 24th of 2010, and we got as hot as -5 degrees Fahrenheit. And
Sorry, I just paused it there to give some perspective and synchronicities of this is 8 months old, and it was before I started working with Mike of Ancient or Alien Carvings, and some of the images I'm showing here are actually images of some of Mike's artifacts, as well as the artifacts that Nassim Hermine and Klaus Donna got from the same area as origin of Mike's artifacts.
And it felt hot because of the atmosphere conditions being so thin. We were outside in t-shirts, and you got too hot. The sun was cooking you. You did not feel cold.
Wow,
that's wild. That's so wild.
Yeah,
That's so
it
cool.
felt odd.
Did they let you go anywhere? I mean, if you wanted to go somewhere, could you like just take off and go somewhere? Or do you have to get permission to go? Obviously, the Russians have their spot, and the different people have
I mean,
different
certainly
spots.
you would need to get permissions if you wanted to get anywhere far. I mean, you can't commandeer a plane or a helicopter or anything. Actually, there's no
So
helicopters
like a
that full. It's just
Ski-Doo or something?
I mean,
All-terrain vehicle?
I took a snow machine at the tail end of my winter. I was there for close to a year at that point, and I absolutely scored a snow machine that I was not supposed to have. And I drove that until basically the facility, the South Pole Station, was like a dot on the horizon. But at that point, there's just nothing. There's nothing to see. I mean, it's an ice field at 10,300 feet of actual elevation. It is completely smooth and barren of anything to look at.
Is it really that high? I didn't even realize. 10,000 feet.
Correct. 10,300 feet. The continent of Antarctica is on average the coldest, highest, and driest. It's 0% humidity. Literally.
It explains why it's so cold. The height
it's
alone.
Absolutely. Yeah.
The seismic, see, the thing that I've got about Antarctica, and I don't doubt that Antarctica exists, or I've showed it, with the shape of it, it's shaped like a pentagonal star fort. And that to me, it seems like there would be some seismic that would come from there. And instead, the entire 12 years that I've been online, we don't have not one single report of an earthquake down there below the ice, which we should pick up. I mean, we should be able to pick it up down in the plate, wherever that is down below. And then all of the
normal outfits that pick these things up aren't picking stuff up there?
Correct. We don't pick up any seismic, and it's not reported to us. And the weirdest thing happened. A few years ago in 2016, I did a fundraiser for my channel, like a few $1,000s or something like that. And a fellow shows up. His name was Professor Astor. And Professor Astor showed up below my fundraiser. He's from the University of Colorado. And he called me a fraud and said, and furthermore, went off on me basically and told people not to donate my fundraiser. It's really odd.
What was he calling you a fraud about?
Well, this is odd. He was talking about fracking earthquakes, and earthquakes can't be caused and induced by man-made drilling. Now, here's the weird part. He then went on to go down to Antarctica to install a bunch of new seismic sensors to detect the seismic activity from Antarctica.
So your work opposes his work, and he was worried about his grant?
I have no idea. It was really weird. I didn't know who the guy was, but he ended up going down to Antarctica and installing a bunch of seismic, which we don't get any info on. And did they ever, do you know of any earthquakes that were ever detected down there while you were there?
I don't. But then the other thing, like the first thought that crosses my mind is you have 2 miles of ice. Is it possible that that's a very effective dampener so that you don't feel the effects?
No, I think that would actually, in fact, cause more, or at least on the smaller scale quakes. You'd think they'd be happening all the time from the constant ice shifting.
Well, I mean, that did happen all the time. So how do you make a distinction? Like, we had ice quakes all the time, but I couldn't tell you that it's an ice quake or an earthquake. What's the difference?
Right. With the fracture. Yeah, like with the fracture on an ice quake, I would think that it probably would look like an explosion or something. I don't know, but like it's really cool to think about that down below the ice sheet, that there's of course the plate that it's scraping along, and then down in the plate there should be seismic that gets detected 5 kilometers, 10 kilometers, 20 kilometers, 50 kilometers down in the crust, down on the plate, and it doesn't get reported to us. I'm just wondering if there's some other reason. Like I found this stuff from
I would say this immediately. There's a massive lag on the info coming off the ice.
That would make sense. They might they report it later.
If something happened, the general public's not going to hear about it for 10 years. It's just that's how academia works. That's how the whole entire system works.
Oh God, yeah.
I mean, any scientist anywhere on the planet, Antarctica is not exclusive to this snail's pace of dissemination of information.
It is the last giant ice wall, and that it holds the answers to humans' past or to a lot of the mysteries of our realm. I just wanted to point out this old map there, Dutch. You were mentioning the inner sea, the old inner sea that was on the west side that went up to the Salt Lake there on the previous existence of North America. Probably before the Ice Age or whatnot, the catastrophe, but here is a map that actually has it depicted there before explorers have made it back over to the north area of North America after European recolonization of whatever genocide or reset catastrophe happened.
Totally. And when you look at it too, it matches up with where Salt Lake City goes back to, where the old, so we still have the remnants of the old ocean that's still there. Speaking of the old ocean and interior oceans, that gets back to Antarctica. We saw that there was this video from Byrd back in the first expedition or second. It was the Lando Lakes. You guys know about that, right? The Lando Lakes.
I know exactly what you're talking about.
Oh my God, this is crazy. It's declassified. Declassified film from the 1920s from the U.S. Army Archives, or no, I'm sorry, U.S. Navy Archives. A Byrd down there, and when Byrd, it was maybe the second expedition, and they took.
Yeah, I don't think it was high jump. I think it was the one after high jump.
Right, they took planes and they flew all the way along and went interior to Antarctica, and they said they flew all the way into the very center. But I was mind blown to see that, and they found this place that they called Lando Lakes, and they said it was several hundred square miles of an area that was staying warm in the middle of winter, and that they landed their seaplane to take water measurements.
Light. It was lit up though, Mike. It would have been North America's winter and their summer because it was daylight in that filmage. Because there was some footage of it that came out. That's original documented footage of these lakes you're talking about, and them being de-iced and melted.
Yeah, it would have been summer down there. Exactly.
Yeah, for it to be lit, it would have.
It would have been dark if they were flying during nighttime. Yeah, but they found it and they said that. I don't know. I'll go get the. Before we go, I will actually get the. It's from a channel called Periscope Films, who restores old film footage that's donated to them. And they got the U.S. government. So check out Periscope Films; they've got it. But
totally.
And now
I have a curiosity on the way to figure stuff out on that direction, because I am curious about what's going on down there as well. And what we can start to conclude is if we know what type of plane it is, people can actually look up. Like, it's going to take a very specific flight pattern. This hole has to be a particularly large hole for you to fly a plane in.
Freshwater lakes, Eric. The footage, I've seen the footage too.
It's like on the surface.
Pull it up here.
I'm not denying it. I'm just trying to figure out how we can find it.
Yeah, it was.
Oh yeah, I'm saying, like, when a plane comes in for landing, it doesn't just see a hole in the ground and then dive down into it. You know what I'm saying?
No, it was freshwater lakes that they saw. So no, this one that Mike's talking about, because there's two stories. There's the story of when Admiral Byrd went into the center and experienced the inner earthness and whatnot. But then there's this second one that Mike Dutch is talking about right now. That is where they saw a bunch of freshwater turquoise-colored lakes with no snow, like melted rock beaches, pebble beaches, and just beautiful
if you're talking
colors.
On the surface, that could be everywhere.
Yeah, on the surface. It was on the surface, but
what
it
he
was
found
rock and bedstone. It wasn't a glacial lake. They were like actual lakes in the bedrock, and that it was an amphibious plane. Maybe it was from Operation High Jump because they did have the aircraft.
I'd be curious to know what the plane
it landed, and there's color footage of them in it.
I'm sure there's tons of video from on the surface. I was curious about the inner one and what plane they were saying was for that, because then calculations could. I mean, there could be flight paths and hole dimensions figured out.
Yeah, he landed. What Byrd described as they landed. They first spied it from above, and they saw that there was no snow or no ice or anything, and that it was down to the surface. And then they landed the plane in the waters to test and see, and they found that the waters were somewhat temperate. And this was going on for hundreds of square miles, but they didn't test them all, obviously. But what they landed in was found to be temperate. And they specifically said that the shores were lined with fresh coal on the surface of the on the surface.
Right, one second, guys.
Thinking,
I'm gonna head off. Thank you for having me. Sorry I couldn't stay for too long, but feel a little bit tired after the event.
Oh man.
So Dutch, I need to get a way to get in touch with you, because we definitely need to do a show together, talk about some stuff. I'd love to pick your brain and go over some proper history. And also, Eric, you sound like someone I want to talk to you as well. So if we could arrange something at some point, that'd be absolutely brilliant. And Gerald, you as well. So anyway, on that note, I will leave you guys. I hope you enjoy yourselves. Have a great stream. I'm sorry I couldn't stay longer, but had a busy day, and I just popped in to do a bit. But anyway, thanks. It's been great.
Oh, much love, brother.
You had corrective surgery earlier today and still came in.
Yikes.
Always a pleasure with Luke.
Surgery sucks. Anyway, the long story short is that they found this multi-100-mile wide melted area that they said was melted year-round. I don't know how they would know that, but they found it lined with coal. And I thought that was interesting because, okay, coal at the surface, and you've got a lot of water, coal and water, all you'd need is a boiler, and you've got yourself infinite steam power. Like, so
as a plumber, I was confused why they weren't doing steam heat down there compared to what they were doing with the glycol and heat exchangers and blah blah blah. Yeah, I've heard all of this stuff about Byrd before. And have you never heard of the dry valleys?
Oh, I've heard of the snowless parts. Yeah, I've heard of like
There's an area
I
called
haven't
the dry
seen
valleys
them,
that is but that's so he's I mean, people don't realize that he can be discussing very benign things, and because they're not from these people don't have Antarctic experience, they just don't like. I get that the story sounds fantastic. I get that it can be fantastical. I'm not against that possibility, but there are also very present facts that also explain exactly what he saw. The dry valleys existed then, the dry valleys exist right now. His explanation could have been him flying into the dry valleys. It could be that simple.
Are there water in the dry valleys?
There is large areas of no ice where there's never been ice, and that's why they're referred to as the dry valleys. They use them as a facsimile of the Mars landscape.
Yeah, they landed this plane in the water though, so that kind of.
I'm sure in the barrier areas between the dry valleys and the areas that are completely covered with ice, there's probably intermediate situations going on. I don't doubt that in the
100%, Eric. What
Totally,
you're
totally,
describing
totally.
sounds like what you see in the videos of it. And so these are supposed mountain/pyramids taken in Antarctica. And you said you witnessed at least one of these while you were down there.
I got a hold of. I have to my right. I have a massive panoramic photograph of a mountain range in Antarctica. It's from the program. My roommate was also in the program. She got this photograph from a coworker, like a gift, right? And this you sprawl this thing out and then printed on the pictures each of the names of the mountains in the range. And as you're going through, there's Mount this and Mountain that and blah blah. And then all of a sudden, in the middle of it all, over one of the peaks, it just says pyramid, and it's the only one that's shaped like perfectly pointed. And it doesn't say Mount Pyramid or Mountain Pyramid. It just says pyramid. So to me, it's photographic evidence from the program that I happened upon somehow. Holy moly.
I love
That's
that.
how life happens sometimes.
Interesting.
Yeah, I mean, I brought this thing out to what do you call them? Conventions and things like that. I showed it to
Did
Brad.
you say it's on your wall right now?
It's rolled up in a tube right next to me.
Oh, darn it! I was like, come on, let's take a look.
I've put it on the internet for it. The problem is it's like this 16-foot long panoramic, right? So it's not meant to be put on a webcam for people to look at because it just looks all blurry at that point. There's no resolution. And then everybody's like, oh, you can't see it. You're a liar. And it's like, what do you want me to do? It doesn't translate through the medium. I mean, I can go hold up a picture for you right now and say, hey, here's a big photo of a mountain range.
Right, that you've experienced the pyramids down there yourself, or the pyramidal mountains, and once you've experienced something for yourself, you know it as truth because you've lived through it.
I've flown over the Transantarctic Mountains, and that was gorgeous to see all the glaciers. Like it looks like oceans in motion. You're up so high, everything looks like waves, and you kind of have to pay attention to the fact that it's not moving. But you can get the feel for the flow with great ease, the way everything's moving through the mountain ranges. You can see it all. Yeah, see, images like this that you put up, like I see that image and I start to wonder the labor involved. And, you know, just straight up, there are calculations that can be made from man hours. I want to know how many man hours were put on that site.
Millions.
What's the calculation?
Right?
How would you guys calculate it? I'm no expert on ancient construction, but how many men are needed for how many hours a day to do this from start to finish? What was there before this was there, before they moved all of this earth and structure? This is absurd.
Right? Like the level of terraforming is insane because each one of these canals is literally a wall story down or up from each other, and that they've built these in perfect symmetry and level to be able to flow like that, keep the waters like that, and these massive walls up and up and up like that. It's insane to have to level it all, and that each one of these angles are at least 1, 2, maybe even up to like 3 or 4 stories of pure wall elevation between each level of these moats and their walls and what they're building, and that they have to have this inner same battery geometry, the battery unit that they've bastardized with the bastion fort that we find everywhere as the base of it. And then a lot of the time, the more advanced, then you're going to have an outer shell of with the water in between it, insulating, and then between that, then these additional radial pieces. And it's like these don't make sense for a battle sake. Like, what the heck is this little square here, this little square, this little, like, from people attacking? Like, no, that's not logical in any sense. Like, and that with horse and cart and shovel, and how the heck would they even level it or get this above perspective to be able to understand this perspective of above? You're gonna have to level on the ground and then actually start doing it all with animal and manual labor. Like, are you freaking kidding me? This is next to impossible.
And no instantaneous communication either. So, I mean, you're trying to get it down to a point on either side. I mean, just think about it, guys. This is the man hours. You're right. It'd be like 20 trillion man hours. And how many bulldozers nowadays do you think it would take? I mean, geez, this is insane. Horse and buggy.
And then the physical reality on a job site, right? How do the folks back then convey the information from the architect's head to the tradesman's hands? We have blueprints and stuff nowadays in conversations, right? How did they practically do this back then? Did they have blueprints for all these facilities that we don't have? Like, what was the medium of communication? Since you're right, they don't have, a way to do it across the site, but let alone how do they even convey the idea? This is what we're going to build.
Yeah, like it would take a day's journey just for one person to take one of the prints to the worker on the other side of the city, because they'd have to like walk it or hike it or take a freaking horse. Like it's so impractical.
Well, that star fort that you showed out in the Florida Keys earlier, how many bricks were built? Like, how many boats worth of bricks did they send out there? Are you kidding me?
Was it 16 million? I think.
Yeah. How do you get truckloads of bricks on and off a wooden?
Yeah, and they built at the height of the Civil War. Where do you get the manpower at the height of the Civil War to do that?
How many meetings would it take, literally, to build just one section of wall?
Coordinating that star fort being built over there.
Impossible.
It's
we've got a hidden history. I mean, it's pretty obvious there's a hidden history. I'd say the one place where we don't have any clue on it is where there probably would be down in Antarctica, where it's just 10,000 feet of ice, and anything down below is going to be scraped away anyway, so we wouldn't have evidence there, and it would be so old anyways that you wouldn't know. Like,
I can tell you this much: when they were drilling being a relative term, using hot water to remove the ice to get there and to do stuff for the IceCube neutrino detector installation, they were hitting trees and palm trees and stuff like that.
Wow.
Yeah, I've heard of that too.
There was stuff in the ice for sure.
It was
Palm trees in the
tropical,
ice?
subtropical plant
Correct.
and animal, like matter and fossilization they'd find underneath the ice and in the sludge.
They found all kinds of weird. They found a crate of
That's
old hot dogs
awesome.
from some old expedition, and they ate them and got sick.
Finding palm trees, though, that's
And
huge. I
then
mean, you know,
apparently it's the exact in Alaska too.
about the woolly mammoths that were frozen. I don't know where that was, but there were those flash frozen.
Over by
woolly-
Fairbanks.
Is that what it was up north? So
yeah, over by Fairbanks, the guy had 5-acre property. He's got over 10,000 woolly mammoths on it.
Wow.
Yep.
The boneyard there, right?
Yep.
Like
correct. Yep.
And that a lot of what they're finding is that the plants are like tropical-ish or like just subtropical. Definitely a lot, not just northern, but actually tropical and what's in between it? So I don't know. Sorry.
People don't realize right now the southern part of Alaska right now is a rainforest.
Yeah, that's on the coast. Right. Well, how far north is Alaska, right? Because you're in Alaska.
Freakishly north. Alaska's just massive.
But
the state of
compare,
Alaska
like,
is 1/3 the
latitude
size
and
of the lower
position
48.
to where you were in, like, with what you experienced in the South Pole and the year at the South compared to where you are in Alaska and the year in the North.
I've been to the South Pole Station, which is 90 degrees south, but I've also been to places as far north in Alaska. I think I was up near like 72 degrees up in Barrow, Alaska, Ukqiavik, which is the furthest northern point in Alaska. I did some work up there, so they do get 24 hours of darkness in the wintertime for a bit. I guess they get 24 hours of sun for a little while too in the summertime. I don't think I spent as much time up there in the summer though, but it gets cold in Barrow, but nowhere near like South Pole. I think the coldest that I saw in Barrow was maybe like -20 or -30 or something like that Fahrenheit.
Okay, so like pretty much the same temperature as I'm experiencing in southern Alberta, Calgary.
Probably.
Next
Yeah, I would be surprised if it gets colder than -40 Fahrenheit in Barrow, which is the same as -40 Celsius. So you'd be familiar with that.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
And then how warm does it get in the winter too when it's like pitch black there? Like I remember last year, 2 years ago, it was like right around Christmas and super dark, and you were like in above freezing temperatures for a week or two or something, wasn't it?
Oh yeah, we get weird warm spells every now and then for sure. You talking about up here in Alaska? Yeah,
Yes, sir.
I mean,
Yes, sir.
yeah, it gets cold in the wintertime, but it's not brutal up here actually, and it could warm up freakishly at any point in time. Like today we were supposed to be in the 40s, but it's going to wind up not happening. And we got snow everywhere right now.
Right. So, Dutch, I'm bringing this up in regards to a little bit we've talked off air about the weather and the weather patterns and how what we're being told of what it is might not necessarily be exactly that. And that there's been this extreme, especially North America or Americas, where on the East Coast, it can be extremely hot. It will be the exact opposite on the West Coast and be in an exact freeze, but it extends all the way down pretty much into Mexico now, and it goes back and forth all winter long, where now like Texas and Mexico are getting snow each year, and that it can be warmer in Alaska when it's close to 24 hours of darkness, warmer there than it is in Mexico, pretty much. Like it's just nuts. Like, or I guess not. It would have to be Florida, not Mexico, because it's on opposite sides. When one is hot, one is cold.
The USDA, the United States Department of Agriculture, I think in 2018 or maybe it was 2017, I don't know the exact year, announced that they are new growing guidelines for farmers and people who plant crops outdoors. And they had it organized by like a 1, 2, 3, and 4 category going up north. And they shifted every area north by 1 full number north, whereas stuff that would normally be planted down in Arkansas and North Texas can now be planted up in Missouri. And they shifted that whole thing to the north, all the way to the North Pole, by changing the numbers and saying that's due to climate change, whatever you want to call that, and that the warmer latitudes are shifting northwards the same year. Actually, this was 2012. So it wasn't 2017. It was 2012. And the way I know it was 2012, same year, a bunch of airports across the country shifted their, there's like a magnetic declination for pilots that's set into a magnet at the airport, basically along the runway, so you can find your way in the darkness or anything. They just shift the magnet slightly because north had shifted slightly, which we all know is shifting slightly and heading over towards Siberia and picking up pace heading over towards Siberia. And they keep track every year. You can see the progression of the pole, the magnetic pole going over towards Siberia. Now this gets in with Edwin Haley.
That last picture, does anybody know what that was? The sundog one? The one on the right there?
Yeah, so this one right here, the drawing.
Yes.
It looks like a couple of comets and some sort of alchemical astrological.
I meant the source. Any idea where that came from?
No,
Okay.
Sorry.
I'm intrigued that it matches the sundog so well.
Exactly,
That's
right?
perfect match, actually, yeah, it is.
Truly.
That was something that I did witness down in the summer season at the South Pole. I don't know to what iteration, but it was multiple iterations outward. When the sundogs grow into their different iterations and get more complex, they really start to look like a giant flower of life in the sky. And I saw one that was very complex one time, and it had a lot of the circles and the nodes, and I couldn't begin to tell you what level it was, but it was nuts to see happening.
Really?
Yeah, they get that one's just starting. The one on the left, they're starting to get bigger, and the top ring will grow, and then more rings will grow around the sides, and it actually starts to wrap around your entire like horizon line. They get more. You can look up pictures on. You can look up pictures. They grow in a very determined fashion, like in the different stages and such.
Can you actually watch them grow line by line, or is it sort of like a field growth?
It was. I think it was the latter. It was more like a field growth. It was more like it was more like in a way it seemed like it was like something that you felt like it was there all the time. You couldn't see it. It was like it was materializing in front of you.
That's awesome.
It was like all in sections.
This looks like underground tunneling beneath the field. Coming out from the star fort. This is tunnels, and look at the freaking geometry and weirdness. What could be the rationale purpose of this?
It makes me think of a Tesla valve, the check valves, the no parts check valves, the one-way valves.
Oh yeah,
makes. That's what that makes me think of.
That's what that is. It's exactly what that is.
Water flow.
That's water underneath, probably then keeping it in check.
Interesting.
Did you guys happen to hear? It was not that long ago. There was some information that just came out to the public, which was an example of what I was saying before. That's interesting. That the information comes out in a lag. When I was in Antarctica, when I was on the ice, I was hearing information at the time. So to me, it was understood. I was present in a place where this information was understood. They were already discussing the massive waterways in between the ice sheet and the continent, like rivers and stuff like that, and that there would be large caverns because the rivers flowing are at a completely different temperature than the ice above it, so it would carve out like a half pipe above the riverbed, and there would probably be shorelines and stuff like that. These were just things that I heard back then. And it was only just this year that apparently they came public, and they were like, "Oh, we flew planes over with LiDAR. We just figured out." And it's like, just figured out seems to be a really screwy way of saying things.
Mm-hmm.
I remember learning about that like at least 15, 20 years ago.
Now they're doubling down on that. It's a massive river system. They said equal to any other river system of any other continent that we see that's not covered with ice.
Wow.
Really? And then
Right.
isn't this the actual two chunks of Antarctica? It's supposedly this is actually what it looks
That's an
like
interesting way of
underneath
putting
the
it.
water, and that there's like this water sea between the two.
Well, that totally makes sense, right? Because the vast majority of the land mass of the continent of Antarctica is below sea level. So you go slapping ice on top of it, right? And then you have mountains that cut through that and peak all the way up. Well, down at sea level and or below sea level, it affords a lot of opportunity for there to be waterways in between the ice and the land.
Very
Which
good
is pretty
point.
much what Hitler's guys were saying back in the day.
Right.
It's the same thing. It's the same thing that John Warner III, the former Secretary of the Navy that passed away recently, disclosed that we had submarines throughout Antarctica utilizing these waterways.
Really?
When he was asked about why, his response was space operations.
That explains the lack of reporting of earthquakes, guys.
I would agree with that. I mean, that if they're going that far, it would cover a lot of lack of reporting for a lot of stuff.
Totally. That would explain everything.
Mm-hmm.
My mind.
Once you
is
add
just
submarines to the mix, everything's quiet. It's the silent service.
Literally, that gets into the submarine base out in the middle of the Mojave and the supposed connection from the West Coast to the Mississippi River. There's this video on YouTube from several years ago of two ex-U.S. Navy SEALs or whatever, and they're on camera, going on record, you can believe them or not, that they say that starting at Monterey Bay off the west coast of California, that there's a undersea connection of tunnels, and that the United States is more like a plate going over the top of an ocean, and that they take submarines all the way into Nevada and then Mississippi River in a freshwater pocket that comes up through the center of the plate, and that they're able to take saltwater subs out in the ocean, bring them into freshwater, and come up and go down the lock and dam canal system of the Mississippi River. This is all a video I watched. I'm like, what the heck? Now you got, yeah. This is years ago. I saw that video.
So if they could do that maneuver, they should be able to pull off the Antarctic maneuver.
Makes sense. I mean, you know, it's if there's underground caverns, you can certainly bet that the submarines would use them if they could.
They do biannual exercises up here in the north under the ice with the submarines. IceX happens every 2 years.
Yeah, off the coast of Alaska and stuff.
Yeah, they're testing to operate under the ice, which means you can't surface. So that's let's just say that might be getting a boat ready to go and do a little bit more developed operations.
Well, yeah, but I'm just thinking of like the size of the ice sheet up there, and like it's essentially a continental sized ice sheet, especially in the winter. And that's what, at least what they claim to be there. And if they are traversing that entire thing, that's the same lengths and conditions as what you're speaking about in Antarctica of navigating those lakes and underground rivers and passages through the ice.
I think it's actually more of a psychological test for the crew of training. I assure you that the submarine crew
for sure
wants the ability to spawn that boat. You know what I'm saying? When you get on a submarine and you go underwater and you have to do your submariner's job,
no rescue
everything's
if something
great
goes
because everything
wrong.
can surface, right? But you take that away, and that crew now has an issue. So I believe the IceX operations, I don't think it's so much about the maneuverability training of tight quarters. It's just simply you can't get up. You still have you have a ceiling now, but you still have your left and right movement. You still have depth that you can go to. You just can't surface willy-nilly anymore. There, you might be able to find a thin spot. Certainly, they do training to puncture through the ice. They do that every training with IceX. But I think it's more of a psychological training for the crew to get acclimated to not being able to
before
surface.
I change the subject here and what's up this star for it, you can see the water of how they have the canals running through. It's like probably 15 different, yes, 10 connections to the outer one going in, and then 3 inner circles. And that this is what, Milano, the city of Milan.
And just so you know, Bernie, in 1994,
and
in 1994, I was in the subservice.
But then what the heck was what? that I
Hey,
wanted
thank you
to
for your
change
service,
the
man.
subject
That's
to?
got to be a heck of a job to be down in the submarine, man. You know, I mean,
It
Hunt for
wasn't
Red
much of a
October
part-
makes it
it
look
wasn't-
glorious.
It wasn't much of a participation on my side, Dutch Sense, to be honest. It was a very peculiar enlistment, which is worthy of other conversations. I learned a lot of weird stuff about what's going on in the world from my short time in the submarine service. But I wound up getting myself out technically. So I don't need any.
You fake claustrophobia or something, right? Like,
That's funny.
Yeah, no.
Okay, I remember what I wanted
there's
to
a lot
ask.
going on under the water that they're not telling us about. You're 1,000% correct. There was technologies that I saw in 1994 that they were apologizing to me for, saying, "Oh, it's an old boat. We have old tech. We're so sorry. We're going to get upfitted." And that was stuff that the rest of the world didn't see for 40 fucking years. Touch screens on phones and stuff. You think Steve Jobs invented that? Come on. These everybody out there that's loaded gets handed everything. We pay for it with our tax dollars. Our research and development goes into some program, and then some buddy of some pal gets handed all the info, and then they become indebted to them. And that company now makes shitloads of money, and you think that the outfit that got them started can't dip into that? You think the CIA gets you all set up and then leaves you alone? Yeah, here's your
I heard they never
$1
do.
trillion. Yeah, we're never going to touch any. You're never going to do anything for us.
You do everything for us, you mean?
So, Dutch, I wanted to bring up that you made several very interesting and fascinating discoveries over monitoring of these cycles, these energies, as well as the satellites and sensor information feeds over the years. One being the radar, sorry, forgive me, I'm a little tired. Which type of radar was it that causes the tornadoes and the toroidal spinning, as well as all these energy laser beam blasts as well? Oh, Michael, there you go. You're muted.
oh my God. Okay, hold on. Let me get this can of worms. And let me open it up. We've got.
I'm going to pause it right here for a moment, just for a moment, though, because we are reaching one epic spot where Dutch is about to talk about what got him in the most trouble out of all of his discoveries, this being with the radar and whatnot. And we are 3 hours into this epic stream of the full moon making monoatomic silver, colloidal silver, and in front of us right now, Bert and Ernie with the silver, both the plasmid clusters at the base of the jar and then the cloud of the white pure monatomic silver at the top of the jar. Dutch is the man, and I look forward to the moment we are able to have Dutch back on. Welcome, Sandra McDonald. Glad to have you. First time commenter I see. Everybody gets a blue wrench with me, and that's a good reminder. At 3 hours in, we will change the color to blue. And what an epic spot where Eric was talking about seeing what he described as turn into this field of what was in Antarctica of the sundog or halo that turned into the circle of life, the seed of life, as he described it, a giant fractal field in the sky radiating off of the sun. Just nutty description. I've seen something similar here in Alberta, Canada, but in the heart of the winter, but never that intense or repeating giant in size. Just one off of it, or like I guess 1.5. So 2 layers of the sundog halos on. Anywho, it is a ridiculously good conversation, so I'm going to continue the stream and continue playing it here while we continue these experiments. And I just wanted to also state that I added a cup of fresh tap water into this experiment there about 10-15 minutes back for those that were paying attention. And now you can see the bubbling off of the reactors a lot more, and that there's some bigger clusters of plasmids of Ormus monatomics forming, as well as giant bubbles, as well as a constant stream cloud of atomic hydrogen coming off of each of these coils here. And that's what that white fuzz around some of these copper coils there actually is. And you'll be able to notice as the time moves on, it actually going up as it's a whole bunch of hydrogen coming off the cathode side in the electrolysis reaction. And this is just salt water with 5 volts AC going in and a ridiculous amount of hydrogen coming off of it. So, anywho, we're going to get back to this epic interview. Eric Hecker, Dutch Sense, myself, and Gerald over at WPG Enlightened for Truth.
We've got so much that we could talk about when it comes to I got into all the trouble. This is where I got my channel shut down. This is where this was the forbidden topic, which is directed energy weapons. It was said to not exist. It was said to be a conspiracy. It was said it couldn't happen. It said it couldn't be done. And I understand.
Wait, pause for one sec. So, because this could get us shot down, and since Zertis isn't here and Campbell left, I'm going to shut down on both of his channels, and we will just be live on my 2 remaining channels. So I will post the links on that and fully continue of it.
The forbidden word, man. The forbidden word. The H word.
Yeah.
Do not say it. It's like Voldemort, but harp. So now I'm not blaming harp. Harp is just the go-to word that everybody talks about. Again, harp is the high frequency active aurora research program up in Alaska, does ionospheric research, and it can heat little pockets in the atmosphere and ionosphere up above harp. It's not controlling your mind in Australia, and it's not fracturing the earth in Turkey. Okay, we can rule those things out for harp, I think, personally. But what I found, this goes back to 2011, and I noticed this quite by accident. This actually started on New Year's Eve of 2010 going into 2011. On New Year's Eve, thousands of animals fell out of the sky. Thousands of birds fell out of the sky in Greenbrier, BB, Arkansas. And they exploded from the inside. They were cooked. They tried to blame it on fireworks at first, but it turns out there was no fireworks done in the area for New Year's. And this is in a rural area in Greenbrier, BB, where they're doing a lot of oil and gas. So I was thinking it could have been something to do with maybe an oil and gas release, maybe some kind of toxic chemical made its way out and the birds inhaled it or something and exploded the birds, burned them inside. I don't know. And within a couple days of that happening, of the birds falling out of the sky, and it was like 10,000 birds. It wasn't just a couple. It was whole towns were covered in birds, guys. It was a lot. And within a couple days, a series of thousands of earthquakes then hit at Greenbrier, BB, Arkansas, right next to where the birds turned up dead. on New Year's Eve. So I got a little suspicious or whatever, and I decided to go see if there was any weird weather in the area that could justify all the birds somehow exploding internally, and also explain the earthquakes. Maybe we could find something going on with earthquakes there. Could explain maybe a gas release from the hydrogen sulfide or something coming out of the ground that kill all the birds. So I go to the radar and I go look at Greenbrier, and coming out of the area just north of Greenbrier, BB, Arkansas, right at the Nexrad radar station, the Nexrad radar station is pulsing in bright red. It looks like a giant red storm over 500 square miles. It's the whole radar pulsing in a giant ring at once, instead of a beam going around, instead of the rotating dish like you would see from a Nexrad radar going around. This was one giant pulse coming up from the center of the dish and going out to the perimeter of the radar station, 500 square miles in all directions.
It looked like a flower when it was going
giant
up.
red signature, looked like a storm. And I made a video on it and put it out. People said I was faking it. They said I must be photoshopping it. And I was like, what? I'm like, here's the link, dude. And they came back and said, oh, no, you're not faking it. You're actually just seeing a switch between clear air mode and precipitation mode. It's nothing. And I said, no, this is staying in precipitation mode the whole time. I'm sorry, it's staying in clear air mode the whole time. They're pulsing this thing, but it's going out all at once. I don't understand how this is happening, because we're talking about a dish that goes around inside of the Nexrad. It's a microwave dish. Well, what I found out, long story short, within 72 hours of me making that video, a tornado formed and went and hit the center of the transmitter where the pulse came from originally. So birds die. Pulse, I go to check the day later, and there's this pulse happening. There's earthquakes happening there, and then the tornado forms and hits the center of the transmitter. Now, that happened about 1,500 more times at every radar station across the entire country, including Hawaii and Puerto Rico. The earthquakes, the animal deaths, the pulses, and the storm hitting the center of the pulse within 72 hours. Now, what's going on there with the pulse, I found out this has to do with tuning of the klystron, which is a very complex term. The klystron is a tube that's in there that's powering the radar. It's amping up the power, basically, from a little bit of power. When you read the Nexrad description for the weather radar, it tells you they're using 7 clothing irons worth of power. What a description, right? For the housewives who are reading, I guess that's going to make sense. 7 clothing irons worth of power going in, and then they, quote unquote, well, they don't say that, zap it up, but the klystron zaps it up in a chamber of its own, a separate resonance chamber that increases the power up to 750,000 watts of peak transmission power from the klystron tube. And I found a training video from the National Weather Service last month about how to tune the klystron tube and what frequencies are producing this giant pulse that I'm seeing, that I was seeing, and we still see. And it turns out that the Nexrad pulses when they're tuning the klystron in megahertz, not gigahertz. Now, this matters. This ties in with HARP. This is how Nexrad radar rings got the term SLAME HARP rings, because HARP is operating 0 to 10 megahertz at the most, up to 10 megahertz, but they can go lower. HARP can go lower, down in say, single megahertz. And Nexrad is pulsing up to 19 megahertz. Different methods for tuning the klystron, depending on which tube you get from who makes the tube. Apparently, there's different levels, and it's like 17 megahertz or 19 megahertz. And in the training video, it goes over right down to the very fine point. And in the training video, they say their goal is to create the most output. The guy starts out in the National Weather Service training video. The goal is to achieve the peak power output of 750,000 watts. So what they're doing is they're pulsing. The big pulse, not the beam, but just a big, huge red pulse, is high frequency pulsing. And they're turning the dish all the way up to its highest tilt. Instead of pointing out like this, going around and around, or like this, it tilted as high as they can get it to get it out as far as it can reach. And the whole dish turns into a high frequency antenna when the klystron is put into its calibration phase, how to calibrate the klystron. And what happens is the Nexrad dish is as wide as a high frequency antenna would be in your backyard. If you're doing high frequency, a 19 megahertz transmission in your backyard with a shortwave radio, but it's 750,000 watts and it vibrates. And I found, and this is my own findings on HARP, they found that this isn't my findings. I mean, I found the findings from HAARP where they found that the resonance vibrates back and forth for up to 3 days from HAARP up in Alaska with 1 billion watts. So this is more like 1 million watts. So it's 1 million times less powerful than HAARP. But the Nexrad radar only has to cover a few hundred square miles around the transmitter where the next one picks up. And it turns out they overlap the stations perfectly. And then we can get into Lieutenant Colonel Thomas Byrd and Scalar and what happens when you cross beams and Scalar. Scalar when we get into CERN. CERN's doing Scalar. CERN over in Switzerland is taking banks of these klystrons, and they'll take a small particle of iron that they strip off like you do with your monoatomic gold. They will strip off a particle of iron. A company does this for them and presents it to them already. They don't do this at CERN. They get basically a version of that, but it's in a powder form. And they shoot a small, tiny particle of iron or whatever using microwaves. Banks of klystrons, hundreds of klystrons hooked up in daisy chain to one another, where they put in a little power, and out the other end comes picowatt.
Wow. So right there, Dutch is explaining how they use the monoatomic material that I make in CERN. So if this isn't the quantum matter superconductive metamaterial, well, apparently they use it in CERN. So fascinating. Let's keep listening.
Watts, which is insane amount of energy. And then they have 2 banks of these. One beam goes one way around klystron, or the klystron beam goes one way around CERN this way. The other beam is going this way, and they collide. And where they collide, that's the scalar. And they call it the scalar Higgs boson that they're studying, where they collide the beams and shoot particles together. Same thing's done with the Nexrad, but it's over a vast distance and it's only 1 million watts. So it creates a tornado instead of ripping the earth apart.
Yeah, they use electromagnetic resonance when they're doing that. Those cross frequencies are like
look for this, guys. Look for the radar stations to go into pulse mode. All you have to do is look at the non-quality control feed from the Nexrad, and they censor these out, by the way. They take out the pulses, so you don't see them because they call them anomalies. Quality control, they call it. I'm sorry. Quality control, got to take it out. But if you look for the pulse, watch for the storm to hit within 72 hours. Hail, severe wind, damaging. The Weldon Springs Nexrad radar here in St. Louis has been hit 100 times since I've been watching. 105. And the tornado forms and hits the center of the transmitter in the National Weather Service office when they don't misdirect it. They can totally control it now. So they can stop the tornado as much as they can start it. But do they? No, usually don't. I've seen that they let it hit the National Weather Service office because they don't want to admit that they're causing the rotation to begin with to come into the center of the rotating transmitter that's transmitting 750,000. Anyway, that's called HAARP rings.
Because
I got in big trouble for talking about
conspiracy anymore.
Guess who manages
and
the Nexrad?
It's why you will always.
The U.S. Army. U.S. Army replaces all the components in your Nexrad and the U.S. Air Force. At the Air Force Base, it's the Air Force guys. But it's the military. They maintain all the Nexrads across the country because it's part of the WSR-88. Ronald Reagan's missile defense system from 1988 when they rolled out the Nexrad radar in 88. It wasn't just coincidence. It's freaking Ronald Reagan missile defense, baby. We're shooting down that stuff as fast as we can with the scalar. And so
have you considered you were observed directed energy weapons warfare?
The DWO, the Directed Energy Weapons Warfare Office, right? Is that what you're talking about?
Oh, I'm saying what you witnessed. Have you considered that you were simply observing directed energy weapons warfare?
Oh yeah, definitely. It could even be that our radar stations.
It's a battle. That's what's they're fighting each other. There's people fighting each other with directed energy weapons.
There could be a third party up above punking our radar. I've proposed this, that it might not be us causing the tornado to come to our transmitter at all. That it could be either from an outside source or even on the ground, somebody punking our radar, giving it too much energy in the electromagnetic field, doing the same thing, but from like hitting our radar with it. And then that causes a tornado to form and it comes in and hits us. It could be that too. Yeah, it definitely could be. It could also be in space. Yeah.
I'm obligated to inform you because of the dates that you threw out there and your question. You threw out that it was, you said December to January 2010 to 2011, correct? I was at the South Pole Station and we were commissioning the IceCube neutrino detector from construction to operations and maintenance. We, if you check the dates for Christchurch and the earthquakes that happened then, we did that. You're talking about these systems. This is what I'm disclosing. The IceCube neutrino detector also transmits. It is the world's largest phased array transmitter. It is a directed energy weapons system. My crew caused the earthquakes in Christchurch because it was the first time they were firing it and they were attempting to do something and they messed up. So they corrected fire. I don't doubt that the systems that you're talking about weren't hot and ready for us to do what we had to do. I'm certain everybody in that environment was paying attention to everything to get it dialed in correctly. If BurnEye wants to go to my website in the archive section, he can pull up my DOM document, which is my evidence from the university. Basically, the manufacturer's specifications for the IceCube neutrino detector state that each of the 5,160 DOMs, each one of those DOMs can transmit at up to 2,047 volts AC.
I'm sitting here, I'm breaking out in a slight sweat. Hold on.
I'm trying to find people that understand what I'm saying, but most people I talk to about this,
I know. This man right here fully understands what you're saying.
Wow.
So, Eric,
You're
if you
talking
want
mass
to get a
interferometry
private chat to your website,
Oh,
I'll
I'm
get
full
that
screen
to
somehow.
pull this up.
Did I click a button? I must have clicked a button. I think I'm full screen.
No, I did. I highlighted you.
Oh, okay. I'm like having a mind-blowing moment here. Like he's telling me, I'm like amazing. Wow.
So what you're saying is that's mass scale interferometry directed.
I imagine I'm not as technical, but I gather I can extrapolate what you're getting at. Yes, they can basically take a signal and like move it around, increase it, do it direction. Yeah. But regardless, just like we know from Tesla and scalar waves, I mean, once you turn this thing on, it impacts the entire planet instantly. If they want to do that, I mean, that's the other thing about directed energy weapons is that we have to really rearrange how our minds work. We can temporarily, we think about a weapon like a gun with a bullet in it and a particular caliber. And we're like, oh, it's a gun. What bullet does it shoot? Well, directed energy weapons aren't limited to a bullet. They can do all kinds of things.
Yep. They can change your
guys. We have to have a whole show just on this. I think we should do a whole show just on this topic at some point very soon here. Sure. I mean, like, because
with Jeremiah and Jeremy Reese, the alien scientist. This is exactly the technical group of. We will have the uber nerd out of nerdouts that connects all these great minds that understand these things and that have been working on it and experiencing it, documenting it all, and bringing it together. For the last maybe 10 minutes here, Dutch will end it exactly at 5 hours. But for all of those joining in that aren't aware of Dutch's epic, pretty much 2 decades, at least a decade and a half now, of daily monitoring the system of seismic energies and activities, and his beyond epic record of forecasting earthquakes and his weekly updates of them. Just give us a little rundown and this week's forecast, if you don't mind, good sir.
He has the system of all systems. He's got it figured out, that's for sure.
I'm just happy because I believe he's familiar with the earthquakes that happened in Christchurch back then.
Oh, yeah. You know, you mentioned the Christchurch earthquakes. That is very, very interesting because FEMA was down in Christchurch in the hours leading up to the Christchurch, and then they took off an hour before.
Back then?
Yeah. FEMA was down there just by chance, they said. just by chance. By the way,
By
the North Island.
chance.
Yeah.
Yeah,
The
by
North
chance
Island
when we turn on the IceCube detector.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I'm starting to get. We're going to have to. You and I have to talk. This is so
Oh, sure.
intriguing to me about the neutrinos and everything. This is projecting and transmitting a phased array down in the ground. Man, we got to talk about
Mhm.
I mean,
the ELF is on as well. I confirmed that myself. There's an ELF system there that they state is off. But I went right to the breaker panel that supplies it. It's on.
That is. I mean, my God, I got to get down to Antarctica. You ready to go? Let's go. We're gonna get a cruise ship. I'm gonna get a cruise ship. We're gonna all go. They'll sink it, of course.
Let's
Don't worry.
contact Mr. Beast for round 2 for him. He can pay for it. YouTube can pay for it.
Exactly. I would love to go down at some point, but I don't think that they'll let me come back. Now, just real quick on the seismic, for instance, New Zealand, we had warned New Zealand, the North Island, for up to a 5.5 and warned the central part of the island of what we call the catcher's mitt position, which looks like a catcher's mitt here. And it just got hit within the past couple hours at 2 hours ago. A 5.3 to 5.5 just hit our warned area in New Zealand. You can check it off the list. That was one of the spots that we had issued the warning. But the way it goes is the earthquakes start down below the plates with the deep quakes, and then they spread out and away and spread across the planet. I've got a whole video on this. I don't want to bore everybody here on your stream with my kind of update, but I'll tell you, we are watching on the antipode to the opposite side of the planet for new 7.0 level activity that we were watching for last week. I haven't issued the forecast on this yet. This is going to be in my new forecast in the next few days. Probably today or tomorrow, I'll be issuing the forecast. And we're going to issue a new warning for a 7 to strike in Greece over here on the west side, far over from Turkey. And it's the antipode of that. This gets to the whole opposite sides of Earth thing again. This gets into what happens when it goes through the planet and comes out the opposite side. But we're already moving down here. New Zealand already got hit. New Zealand's North Island's been hit. And it's going to go through the planet, and we're going to see new activity on the opposite side again, back and forth like a test match. But really, I think this gets into the neutrino detector and what's down in the plates. Gets into very low frequency and transmitting through the ground, piezoelectric energy going through the crust. And that's just, my God, we could go on, but the forecast is going to call for that. My current forecast also calls for Northern California to be on watch for a new 5. That's not a big deal. You got 5s already coming in and 4s off the coast. That's not that big of a deal for California. The one where everybody, Alaska. Well, it should strike east of you in Yukon, where the 2 rings are overlapping over here in Canada. So just east of Alaska, we should see a new 5.5 in the next 4 days, 4 to 5 days. Break off right here where the 2 rings overlap. That I think that's Yukon. If not, that's right at the Alaska border. Right, Alaska technically comes down all the way down in here, but and then over to the west, the Aleutians or out back in the Aleutians. But right now, I think let's look at the smaller earthquakes. This is a real-time forecast, guys. So for my guy up here in Alaska, we have a line of earthquakes coming off. It looks like a ramp jumping up into Mount McKinley of just hundreds and hundreds in the last 2 days. This is a big increase in number of earthquakes up in Alaska. We call that a frequency increase. So we're kind of, if we were beating a drum, right? If we were beating a drum, we'have now rolled into a snare drum roll. And there's so many, but this is next to a volcano right at the ocean. And I think that's Mount Sitka. Mount Sitka, I believe is the name. I'm going on memory. We may see a new volcanic blast in the next week out here at Mount Veniaminoff. I don't normally forecast eruptions, but with all the seismic going on here, I'm thinking new blast out at Veniaminoff. Then after Veniaminoff, that's right out here where my mouse is, a new 5, which shouldn't be that big of a deal either. It'll be out in the ocean next to a volcano that just erupted. But the middle of the whole mess is where I'm going to look. And that's how we do forecasting. We look like it's like a wave in a wave tank. And we look to the middle of the wave tank where all the waves are interfering. And that's the spot where the next spot to break takes place. I don't know. I could go on for hours trying to explain it. Simply put, we're going to see a new quake up here in the 5.0 range. And my skeptics would always say, who cares? Right? They don't care on small earthquakes. We only care on big earthquakes. And so 7 over in Greece, it'll be the first 7 in a year or more for the whole area down there. And it will likely cause some serious damage, unfortunately. That's the part that
those
sucks
are the
about having
ones that
reported
we
this shit.
pray that you're actually wrong on, right?
I know.
Right? It's like those.
If I'm
sins
right,
are
it
like,
sucks. And if
okay,
I'm
we
wrong,
gotta catch at that 5% inaccuracy. You pray they don't happen, right? But he called it down.
it's like energy.
We get like
it never
95
disappears.
times
It'll go somewhere else, but it never goes away. So like if I'm warning Turkey and a 7 doesn't hit in Turkey, then on the opposite side of the planet, the 7 hits exactly. That's where the energy went. It didn't hit in Turkey. It went through or around and came out at the opposite down on the other side on the antipode. And now we've got on both sides of Earth 2 7s in a course of 5 days apart. So the energy always transfers. It never goes away. So,
well, that brings me to my question. When it's bouncing back and forth in its antipode, does it actually ramp up and then like escalate onto another place rather than going from a 7? It goes to say a 7.5 and reverberates into another spot.
Yes, we see it increase when we pump in new deep earthquakes. When new deep earthquakes are added into that, it's like adding more energy into the mix that's already coming through. So, in other words, like an earthquake, 7 hits in Turkey, energy is coming through or around the planet. I don't know which, but whatever way, it's coming to the other side, and then a bunch of new deep earthquakes hammer on the other side where the 7's going to hit, and then that amps it up. Yes, it amps it up. Amp is the perfect word. Amplitude is increased as we pump more energy into the accordion-like wave that's going back and forth. I think it could be going back and forth between points through this, the round Earth, but it could be a disk Earth or a faceted jewel Earth, or well, it could be a matrix Earth. We might not be here at all, guys. I'm out of here later.
Yeah. Thanks for answering the question there, Dutch.
Much love, dude. Much love.
It is oops, sorry, trash can Earth, both round and flat. Oh, come on, there we go. Did it work? Did it work? Is it going back? My computer's sucking. All right. Trash can Earth. There we go. Trash can Earth, round and flat.
I like it.
And
flat
so
all
Dutch
the way
is
around.
The one person. Dutch is the one person that when he's wrong, he actually, or his forecast doesn't happen, he's able to go back in and analyze and figure out where that energy is, and 10 out of 10 times show exactly where it is and puts it immediately into his next update. Usually we'll type it like, hey guys, I found where it went, and it's that it reaffirms the just how real your system is, and that it's the actual energies and flow and waves of just how the Earth works, but that, like you said, it doesn't disappear. Energy will always go somewhere else, and that you always find.
Oh, definitely. The energy always goes somewhere. And I also am the only forecaster in the world who comes back and beats himself up when he gets it wrong. I wish the National Weather Service would do that. Same with the NOAA hurricane forecasting services. When I get it wrong, I will not issue a new forecast. I will get out the whips, like they use in the Mideast, and they're like beating themselves up for being bad. I'm going to do that for myself. And but I seriously take it serious. When I miss an area, I will not issue a new forecast for that area until I figure out where it's like a flood. If you saw a big storm drop a bunch of rain and then the river starts to flood and you're like, dude, it's going to flood downstream. You go downstream and you're standing there and it doesn't show up. You're going to wonder which way it went. You're not going to think the water evaporated, right? You'll be like, oh shit, it went down that other flow down that way and it didn't go to where I was expecting. It went to somewhere else, but it never disappears. And that's kind of like what it's like. It's like a flowing river, seismic wave, very low frequency wave going through the plates, which is why I've got to talk to Eric about the neutrino detector now. God, another thing. This is the last thing I need on top of CERN, brother.
Eric, you don't know the frequency of the ELF, do you? That they're producing?
No, I do not. I just know that it's on.
Okay.
And I'm sure it's working both ways as well.
That's so cool to know.
Which is unfortunate. Very unfortunate for the crew. What's going on down there, unbeknownst to the hands on site, is what they're riding on top of is not to their benefit. And it has a lot to do with my disclosure because I know it's a new term for everybody else, Havana syndrome. But when you're at a directed energy weapons facility,
just about to bring that up. Thank you, Eric.
Yeah, so this is part of why I'm coming out, because it's not fair what they're doing to people.
Yep, they're reprogramming their electrical firing rate in their brain through ELF is basically what they're doing, and all kinds of other aspects. You can create cancer. You can lots of things can go on.
You can go back in the news. My winter site manager lost her mind, and I would say it was also because we were firing up the IceCube neutrino detector, and they weren't sure how it was going to impact locals. So she made the news because she was trying to get herself evac during the winter season. She was claiming she had a stroke. The only thing she knew was she was effed up, and she was trying to figure out what was the matter with her. And she got scared. This is our winter site manager. She was calling for an evac. She was the one that knew the evacs were. When she hired me on, she drilled into me like, you can't leave, right? And I was like, this is the lady that hired me. And then now she was trying to run out of the ice. And I would say that she did not have a stroke. When she got off of the ice and she went to Johns Hopkins University, they agreed with my assessment. She did not have a stroke. Something happened to her. She was hurt and wanted to leave. I understand the mentality and the situation. But yeah, I feel bad for my crew. I feel bad for my crew, and I feel bad for the people of this planet that do not understand the level of warfare that's happening around us right now.
Yep.
For those who don't know, the Havana syndrome is what he's talking about. Just to, you don't know that down in Cuba, the U.S. government has now officially admitted this, but they denied it for years. Lieutenant Colonel Thomas Bearden talked about it in the 80s, that the Russians and others have high-power microwaves and other radio devices that they use to penetrate walls, penetrate buildings, and penetrate your body. And high-power microwaves, high-power radio waves can severely affect your psyche, your bodily functions, and even induce sicknesses such as pneumonia and COVID even can be simulated with high-power microwaves. That's why the 5G talk and all that crap came in. But anyway, Havana syndrome, wow, man, we got to talk.
I would love to.
I have some information from Thomas Bearden and certain quotes from papers that he wrote before. And if you don't mind, I'd like to read a small one. Scalar EM is the brainchild of Lieutenant Colonel retired Thomas E. Bearden, a systems analyst and wargame specialist who's been advocating a view of electromagnetics which is based on the notion of a vast, unseen background of scalar energies as opposed to vector energies, which underlie all physical reality. So it's very connected to what is going on up in Antarctica and a lot of other places, like the H word that we won't say. And, interferometry is basically the basis of that technology, and ground electron pumping, I guess you could say. So, yeah, it's dangerous stuff, definitely. Affects brainwaves as well. That's something that could definitely be gone into.
If you go to dtic.mil, which is discover.dtic.mil, which is the military's repository for all their information. Again, it's Defense Technical Information Center from the U.S. government. So, I mean, if you're going to the site, it's a .mil website. It's a military website. But if you go to dtic.mil, discovery.d, I'll post it into the chat room, and you search Bearden, Bearden, you're going to find a bunch of papers by Lieutenant Colonel Thomas Bearden on file in the DTIC talking about the use of radio waves for influencing your mind and for weather modification and for missile defense and a bunch of other stuff that he wrote and all kinds of weird stuff. Psychotronic warfare, using directed energy weapons, using microwaves, planting thoughts in your brain, making you hear things, hear voices at a distance. This is all, he wrote papers from the U.S. Missile Command at the topic. So go check it out. If you get a chance, go over to dtic.mil, search Bearden, and you will find it.
He even brings up the fact that he could, well, not him, but the technology can affect people on a mass scale, making them melancholy or to that state where you really just don't care about what's going on around you. So definitely interesting tech.
Like when there was mass uprisings, like the Arab Spring in the Middle East back in 2011, that I was alive, but it was him or someone else, retired military, and claimed that it was them using satellites projecting down specific radio frequencies on this certain area in the Middle East there that then triggered everybody to be more angry. And when they brought them on the protest,
breaking up,
disappearing. Okay, I'm losing signal. We're 5 hours deep. And we will be doing this again. We should do this on a weekly thing. And Eric, Eric, Gerald, Michael, all of you actually are invited back next week, next Thursday evening, with myself, Jeremy Reese, Jeremiah, alien scientist Jeremy Reese, and the amazing Walter Bosley. If you know who he is, another great mind and individual that we will be going deep into UFOs, anti-gravitics, different higher dimensional physics and scalar. All right, so I will stop that there. And I was just showing pictures of some monoatomic silver that I had out under the full moon there. This was before the show when I was harvesting it from the jar. It was the monoatomic silver that's been between Bert and Ernie for the last 3 months. Here it is outside, illuminated, as it starts to separate there. And as the full moon comes out, then we have some pictures of tonight's monoatomic silver being formed, as we see currently live. Some of the hydrogen. And there we go, outside the full moon. And the silver underneath, just seeing what happens. Sadly, I don't think it's cold enough for it to actually freeze tonight, so we won't get the crazy formations in the ice that I'll actually go check my ice cubes upstairs and see if I have a live demo of what I'm talking about. In the meantime, though, I've got one last epic interview with Eric Hecker and alien scientist and Jeremiah, where we were talking about the neutrino detector and the ELF waves and the rest of it that, well, since it's relevant, I should play it, and that's what we're going to do. As I repost it to Elon's X, thank you, Elon, for having a excellent working ad blocker for the ads. Because if I try to find YouTube, Halo, that's too early, right? Let's get some of the Eric Hecker epicness going on here with Jeremiah, Jeremy, and
itself, and it's also one epic stream. Because there's still salts in the water right now, and because it's structured water, so it actually requires a much cooler temperature for it to fully freeze. But it does, sometimes it will still self-organize, and that's what I'm hoping to get a capture of overnight here, seeing what it'll look like in the morning. And yeah, so we will continue this. It is 4:33 a.m. Mountain Time, live where we are right now. And heck, we're 3 hours and 40 minutes in, and we'll keep her going with some epic information. I think this is the air, actually. Oh no, it's this. Guess I should start the presentation at the beginning, right? Actually, in that I remember watching when they first powered CERN up during this crazy solar flare, that on the antipode in Hull, there was a massive earthquake as well. And that I talked to Nassim Haramine about it like a week. Happened to be in Calgary at a presentation, got to talk with him face to face, brought it up, and he was so excited that someone else had noticed this, not just himself. And hopefully we do get Dutch Sense in here, because his lifelong work of the seismic energy cycles, the dew energy weapon transfers and technologies, documenting them through the satellite imagery and whatnot. For those that didn't catch myself, Eric Hecker, and Dutch Sense for first interview together, we went over all of that. But I'm gonna shut up and let you do your updates and disclose the more info that you both found out yourself, Eric, and that you're able to speak of.
Is there any way, before we get into the new info, we could just do like a quick overview for people who don't know the information, and just explain to them what the IceCube neutrino observatory is, how it was built, a little bit about the construction, basically that there's these modules, which are the detectors, and they're put on these. Eric, why don't you describe it for us? Because you were telling.
You got it, Jeremy. So basically, the building that you're looking at there sits atop the ice. The ice is about 2 miles thick. They then used a steam-headed drill to go down and bore holes down into the ice. I would say they're, to the best of my recollection, they're probably about 32 to 34 inches in diameter, and they go down, I guess it was about 1.5 miles down. There's a great picture right there. It shows all the different strings, they call them, the different cables that go down. And then the DOMs are spaced out on those cables, and then they reflood the hole to allow the DOMs to be completely embedded in the ice. The concept as presented is that the IceCube neutrino detector is there to detect the neutrino interactions which occur when a neutrino, which, and I'm going to quote what I was told at the time, it is a near, same, or faster than light particle that is massless potentially, is what they were saying way back when. That's the DOM right there. And that DOM, when embedded in the ice, would detect the blue flash, the Cherenkov radiation that would occur when a neutrino would impact the water molecule's nucleus. The neutrino and the nucleus would be destroyed at that point, and a muon would be released along with the blue flash of light. And that's what they present this facility as doing. And I don't doubt that it can do that, but like many other projects in the military, they're multifaceted. So it turns out that there is paperwork that I've presented. It's available on my website for anybody to see, deciphering.tv. In the archives section, it's called the DOM document, and it is taken right out of the technical literature for the construction and operations of the IceCube neutrino detector, and it states very explicitly that each of the DOMs has the ability to transmit at up to 2,047 volts. So you multiply that by 5,160 DOMs, and you're looking at the total power output potential of this array.
So it sounds to me a lot like these things being capable of transmitting such a high potential, you end up getting a lot of phase interaction from the scalar transmission. And if we go, dare reference Tom Bearden, he talks a heck of a lot about what happens when you cross two moving electric fields with a very high volts per meter, and you get these sort of phase coherent zones, and energy can build up. And you could also send this stuff straight through the Earth too, so you could effectively accidentally target an area like, say, Christchurch, New Zealand here.
Yep, I couldn't agree more. This is what I'm trying to impress upon people, is that I happen to stumble upon this technology through my experiences, and I think it's very important for the people of this planet to understand, A, that these technologies exist, and B, that they're being used against us. I mean, this to me is critical information for the people of this planet, and this is why I do what I do. I think history has shown us time and time again that we can take, they say, if you don't learn from your history, you're doomed to repeat it. Well, I do believe history is very much on a repeating cycle, and we can reduce it down to this one simple cycle. The rich will step on the throats of the poor until the poor rise up and do something about it. And there are certainly not poor people involved with these programs utilizing these devices against the masses. These are very wealthy people beyond the scope of monies that we think of, and they have power beyond compare. And these are the things that they do in their spare time while the average mortgage payer is trying to feed their children.
Well, this is interesting. Just looking at the size and scale of this as a receiver or broadcast antenna, whichever. I mean, receivers can be used as transmitters and vice versa. So,
right.
So you look at the height of these strings. There's 86 of these deep core strings, and they're what, almost 3,000 meters long. That's like 10.
That sounds right.
That's like 10 times the height of the Eiffel Tower.
So probably depicted in that picture.
Yeah.
One of the pictures actually has an Eiffel Tower in it at the base to show scale.
Yeah. So the Eiffel Tower was like considered a marvel of, its engineering at the time, with what it could transmit for radio signals and broadcast back in its day.
This is bonkers how many of these things they hang on each of these strings.
Right.
It's nuts, the scale of this.
And I heard an article recently that they're looking to increase the scale of this project tenfold. They're going to start putting more holes in the ice and increase this thing.
It's nuts. Oh man, I can't even imagine what kind of phase interference is going on here with all these signals simultaneously. The noise floor has got to be nuts on this.
So you said the power plant for this station. Where can we find technical specs?
Ooh, that's a great question. I would say that it's really a joke, because I mean, one of the pictures in the scroll is actually me in the generator room. There's a picture of me with 2 thumbs up in the generator module. I don't know if you guys pulled it off of Greer's thing, but it was in that that representation that I did with him, and that was me in the generator room. These are just regular cat generators, which are certainly not that powerful.
You mean Stephen Greer of Disclosure Project, the Dr.
Yes, sir.
So you did an interview with him a couple months ago, right?
I interviewed with him. I guess it was maybe like a year or so ago. But more recently, I was in Washington D.C. for his. I guess it was the Disclosure 2.0 event with the National Press Club, and then alongside that, I went and spoke to the, I guess you would call them the Department of Defense's arm. I think they were going by the Senate Intelligence Committee, as well as this new faction called AARO, AARO. And I had long conversations with them about everything that I knew and my experiences. And it went extremely well. I was told by the folks at AARO that they told me, you should pat yourself on your back for what you did. They said, just so that you know, the information that you have given us, we're taking extremely seriously. They said everything that you said is getting put into the National Archives and is getting expedited to Congress. science officer that they had, he and I had amazing conversations. The other people in the room, I have great respect for their efforts, but they didn't really understand a lot of what I was saying until the science officer interpreted it for them. But he understood everything that I was getting at, and was like a kid in the candy store when he was picking my brain with questions. There was a lot of stuff that they suspected was actually going on, but they didn't have any corroboration. So they were very happy that I was able to corroborate things for them. I went in there with documentation. I went in there with maps. I literally laid everything down on the conference room table in a skiff, which is a secret compartmented information facility. This was some really high-end security. I mean, we got patted down, we got frisked, we got wanded, we went through, like, you know, it was like the opening scene of Get Smart with locked doors and things like that. You know, one second you look like you're in a random, you know, normal office building, and next thing you know, we're in probably one of the most top secret facilities I've ever seen. And I've been in quite a few. I would have previous experience in the submarine service and understanding these protocols, and this was off the wall.
So what's interesting is that you went down, testified with this information to Arrow, and and you brought this out. So if you were lying and hoaxing and making this up, they could charge you with perjury, right, for giving that testimony.
They absolutely. I could be in a lot of trouble if what I said was fraudulent.
In fact, what you said, like Jeremy says there, not only would they charge you for perjury, they wouldn't even let you testify. You would be immediately locked up.
I was just about to say, they probably wouldn't have let me out of that room. That was a gamble. I took a big risk going to Washington, D.C. They could have shot me in the head for all I knew. I had no idea how this was going to turn out. I was literally going to Washington, D.C. to testify against the government and its factions.
And our prayers remain with you, vigilant forever, Eric, for your courage, bravery, and just straight up real manhood of, you know, working a year at the South Pole, experiencing what you did. You also now work up in Alaska. You've gone as far up as 76° north, I believe it is too. Like
I believe so. I've been as far north as Barrow, Alaska.
Right, so like you live in both extremes, and stepping up to the plate of exposing these like international potential like war crimes and hidden technology, suppressed technologies, and just potential evil shit, as well as off-world potential stuff, reality that's going on, and this technological break that has allowed it, and that filling us. What the goal of today is trying to fill the gap of the understanding of that technology, of this equipment you've experienced, you've worked on firsthand, and the technicalities of what Jeremy and Jeremiah here and Gerald know.
Yeah, I wanted to ask some questions about how the DOMs are configured in terms of, you know, when they're transmitting. Are they sequentially fired? Do they try to individuate them in groups so that the signal clarity is a lot higher and they're not, you know, interfering with each other?
I wouldn't know the answer to that question, but I would suggest that just what I know of phased array systems in general, all of the above is available to them.
Because here's the thing about phase conjugation, a phased array. Obviously, the destruction that happened in Christchurch, New Zealand, was pretty incredible. And as far as how this Antarctic station, or how this South Pole station ended up creating this accidental earthquake, would have all had to do with the firing order of these waves. See, if they say fire them from right to left, it's going to pretty much just create a wave that shoots straight off one side and will exit out into the atmosphere and not cause any problems. If they fire them all sequentially from top to the bottom, it's going to create a beam of interference that will go straight through the Earth, down to the core and right out the other side as it deviates. So it seems like it must be the way that they were sequencing the transmission, and it happened to end up, you know, right here in Christchurch.
I would agree with you. I mean, that's my understanding of how phased array transmitters can function. I just don't want to overstep my experiences that I was never given that level of clarification on this specific device.
Yeah, this sounds interesting, but how do you tune it to like I have so many questions about the science of
I can explain
Well, how you tune it and what did happen, I will communicate on that one. It's just like when you build a brand new gun. At some point, you aim at the bullseye, you pull the trigger, and you see how close to the bullseye you are. And that's what was communicated to me, was they were literally just firing it up to fire it up, and they were aiming for something which I was told apparently wasn't Christchurch. So that's how you tune it up, is you turn it on and you pull the trigger. And that's what they did twice and accidentally hit Christchurch.
I'll get back to that in just a moment. So I have this thing up. You mentioned about getting patted down and searched for surveillance equipment before going into the skiff.
Yep.
Well, it turns out the CIA has a program they're working on to get around that that particular problem of being searched and having your surveillance equipment confiscated prior to going into a skiff. So they're working on a way to weave tiny cameras into the threads of clothing in a project aptly titled Smart E-Pants. So,
man,
go check that out. That's the name of the project. It's a CIA project called Smart E-Pants, and they're working on a way around that, so they can even get cameras inside of skiffs.
Well, I will just say that in the grant, it's funny that you're saying this. I'm not going to mention which one of the two facilities, so I'll just keep both of them guessing. But let's just say that there was a breach of protocols and the security of their perimeter that they goofed on.
So let me just show this real quick. So this is going to give a basic idea about a phased array. And if we take a quick look here, here's a concept of a controller. So you have these phase shifters, and if you fire these in a certain phase, you'll get the combined wavefront. So this is what we're calling that phase coherence or phase conjugation zone. And this will allow you to steer where this beam ends up. So especially in the case of these using scalar potentials instead of, say, a normal EM radio transmission that would get completely eaten up inside the ice, this could be steered to any point on the globe, realistically, and the only thing that matters is the attenuation or how much the signal is lost.
Wow, really phased array. That's why there's so many of them, and in a phased array, it can be weaponized and turned into a weapon.
And from what I understood, it was an accident. Like they weren't trying to create an earthquake. If I understood correctly, it just happened to be that they got the signal just right, and the geological conditions there couldn't take it.
I believe they were actually trying to hit something with an earthquake, just not Christchurch.
Oh, okay, that makes the story quite a bit different, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean, this is by design a weapon. It is blatantly a weapon. They were testing its weaponized capacity when they misfired, is all.
Well, the problem with applying normal physics to that diagram that Jeremiah just showed us is that that's just assuming you have a medium with a constant density, a constant coefficient of wave transfer and energy transfer. Right. But
I'm going to say
the ocean and geological structure, we don't have that. We have all kinds of varying densities and materials. So if you try to aim it with that, it might get diverted and go different places.
If you're gonna try to engage this conversation exclusively with the standard model of physics, you're going to have great difficulty absorbing the direction that we're going, because this is all beyond standard model physics.
Man, where's Notch when you need him, man? He's got a whole bunch of videos talking about all this kind of stuff.
Yeah, I mean, the standard model of physics is just our current understanding. It's not the limits of actual reality. So if there are folks that have a greater understanding of physics that exceeds the standard model, well, then they're operating from a privileged position, and we're in the dark. And that's what I'm trying to do here, is pull the veil back and let everybody know that there are factions that are operating outside the standard model of physics. They already know this stuff. Academia gets information disseminated to it at a snail's pace compared to the projects and the financiers that are paying for it. You think the billionaires that are investing in this stuff don't get their intel returned to them immediately? You think that they're going to disseminate that information before they make decades worth of profits off of it?
Correct me if I'm wrong, but is this not a form of high-end interferometry?
Absolutely
That's
is.
what it is. That's exactly what it is. And so here's one thing that people might have misunderstood. If you try to transmit electromagnetic waves like HARP here, HARP uses a well-known technique of phased array antenna.
All right, so I'm gonna pause it there. We're gonna stop this aspect right, or end the stream at 4 hours, as we are 4 hours in, and it is 4:52 a.m. Almost 5 a.m. I need to get to bed, and that's how it always goes. Think you're gonna do a half hour, cut off maybe 2 hours, and end up going 4, fully double. And just that's not even including the 4 hours of setup took to make these experiments. And yes, just illustrating the amount of work that goes into these. I desperately need more income, as the YouTube revenue is down, as our donation, sadly. But for those that have supported and continue to do so, it is greatly appreciated. I thank you, and I do have some more podcast streams coming up. One this week, I believe, with Certus and David. Oh, goodness gracious. The man, David, who has been to the Eye of the Sahara, and yeah, that's going to be epic. And there's more to come with Walter Bosley, with Alien Scientists, Jeremiah, the Real Science crew, and the rest of it all, right? But hopefully I gotta focus on getting a job this week. Oh, and bless you so much, Krista, and thank you. Bless your soul. It is appreciated, and everything helps. And thank you for spending my time, and to everyone that is unable to donate and broke like myself, just liking and making sure to subscribe and share, please, everywhere, because I am shadow banned, and no matter how many people seem to come new and subscribe, my numbers never get up. They don't allow it to reach the 10,000 mark to get that boost in the algorithms. It sucks. So who knows? Ashton Forbes was able to overcome it. Maybe we get the word out enough. It does actually happen. Either way, love you all. Thanks for being here. And this is, we'll do another alchemy lessons soon with Jeremiah, as well as hopefully with Mike, Esoteric Gold, as well, so many more. There's just so much to come. And yeah, there's been so much that has also been, and there's literally days of content that's already been done. If you haven't taken a look through the past live streams, there's literally conference and podcast and stream after stream of all sorts of next level investigations, topics, disclosure, and the rest of it. So on that note, we're gonna leave it till the next one. Thanks for watching, and ta-ta.
You crazy mother. Yeah.
It's just burning.